All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. It's 5:04 in the afternoon on the 12th of April 2022. We have our first tornado warning of the day, and thus we now begin our severe weather coverage. Make sure a couple things are popping up here. All right, good news is our YouTube coverage is working. We can't actually access the YouTube channel right now, but you know what? At least the API is working. So, again, we've got a tornado warning now in portions of central Texas. Let me get some stuff set up real quick, and we'll be good to go. All right, let me turn off some of these markers. This is going to be a tornado warning for southeastern Coral County and northern Bell County. This will not include the city of Temple, will not include Belton, Troy, Waco, Lorena, any of that, at least right now. This tornado warning is going to be just east of Pitcoke by like 2 miles, and in all likelihood, frankly, is a very strong looking signature. Let me switch to a closer radar. That'll be the Granger radar. And you'll see this circulation quite intently. Very strong signs of a tornado developing now. This is, again, going to be east of Pitcoke. Get some street labels on here. Again, this is going to stay north of Killeen, south of Gatesville. Gatesville, Fort Gates, you're not in this tornado warning. McGregor, Moody, Lorena, Hewitt, south sides of McLennan County, you're not in a warning yet. You might be in a warning here in the next 20 minutes. Very strong indications of a tornado now. This is going to be in a very relatively rural area. This is about 5 miles east of Pitcoke. And this is going to be moving east at about 30 miles per hour towards Leon Junction, the Grove, Highway 36. We don't want anyone going on Highway 36 south of Gatesville, north of Moffett. This circulation and possible tornado will remain north of Temple, north of Morgan's Point, northwest of Troy. If the storm continues on its present track, this could be a threat to places like McGregor, Moody, and eventually Lorena in southern McLennan County. But for now, it's still a decent way away. Moody, if by chance it's still heading your way, at about 5:50 p.m. So again, this is about 5 miles east of Pitcoke, or about moving towards Flat, which should be a small community. I can't even get to show up on my maps, but very, very strong circulation that indicates a high probability of a tornado either developing or in progress. We've got winds moving towards. Let me try a different algorithm here real quick. And again, we're going to be focusing on the most intense storms. I understand we have a plethora of thunderstorms in progress. Just north side of Bexar County, moving towards New Braunfels, all the way up to the DFW Metroplex. Understand, we're going to focus on the most intense life-threatening storms here, and that means even though we have a plethora of storms, some of them are severe, producing hail-damaging winds, we may not be specifically talking about your storm. Strongest storms that are not tornadic could produce quarter to golf ball size hail. If we start dealing with supercellular storm structures, the strongest supercells could produce hail over the size of baseballs, and we could see localized damaging winds. And again, the potential is there for a few tornadoes, and that is why we are here. And the fact we have a tornado warning, again, this is going to be for portions of Coral and Bell counties for a thunderstorm moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So if you're in the town of flat, 7 miles east of Pitcoke. Highway 36 between Fort Gates, just southeast of Gatesville, and north of Moffett, the Grove, Leon Junction, flat. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Those of you who may be new to the state, no worries. We have that information. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows, putting as many walls between y'all and the outside as possible. No mobile homes, no vehicles. If you can find a highway overpass in this general area, I'd be impressed, but don't go hiding under a highway overpass. You don't want to be in manufactured housing, and you don't want to be in a large open room like a gymnasium. Those can collapse pretty easily. What you want to do is go to a well-constructed building, go to the lowest floor you can get, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put on hard sole shoes, put on a helmet, baseball helmet, bike helmet, work helmet, whatever you can get, and that'll help protect you from any sort of flying debris. And then if you also, unfortunately, have the misfortune of having a tornado strike, you don't want to be walking barefoot on debris after the fact. So again, let me clean this up a bit. I realize the skits, SCIT, are making a mess of things. We'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, we still have a violent looking circulation with this thunderstorm coming towards the town of Flat on Highway 36. And at least for now, I'm not expecting, long-lived, long-track tornadoes. Can I rule that out completely today? No, but given the current storm structure, I think this is more of a transient issue, as in more of a short-lived. We'll probably see the circulation start to cycle. You can see we have a storm in gestation about to happen. The storm south of the tornado-warned storm, south of the circulation moving north, will probably help at least temporarily cut off the circulation. I will say this, this thunderstorm northwest of Florence that's moving towards Harker Heights, this thing's getting organized in a hurry here visually in terms of reflectivity. You can see clearly a supercellular thunderstorm. Hail potentials increasing quickly with this. Golf ball size hail could occur in places like Harker Heights. If this thunderstorm supercell continues to become more organized, it's likely going to start deviating a little more to the right, which could place this threat more in places like Belton and Temple. Given the increasing low-level circulation, increasing low-level wind shear, I am concerned this storm, especially since it's tail end Shirley, there's nothing impeding the warm inflow of unstable air, could attempt to go tornadic by the time it reaches Interstate 35. So Troy, Temple, Belton, y'all need to stay very aware of this thunderstorm to your southwest and understand that it could go tornadic in the next hour. We have a tornado down with this thunderstorm approaching Flat. We'll switch over. You can see we now have a tornado debris signature, and we have visual evidence of debris being lofted. We also have visual evidence of a tornado down. So that's going to be your tornado debris signature in conjunction with that strong area of circulation. Switch over to the how hard it's raining mode, and there you go, tornado in the hook echo. So again, this will be a confirmed tornado that is down, approaching the town of Flat on Highway 36. Right now, the circulation is about 7 to 8 miles west of Flat. And hopefully, as we have a cell merger or cell ingestation occur, we'll see the tornado circulation weaken. But given the environment in place and the overall expectations over the next couple of hours, we'll likely see this thunderstorm attempt to spin up another circulation at some point over the next hour. And again, we're going to watch this thunderstorm south of Killeen, southwest of Harker Heights, and southwest of Belden and Temple as it moves northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. I'm expecting this storm's going to start turning a little more right towards the city of Belden and Temple, and we're going to have to watch it carefully for signs of increasing low-level circulation. Now, real quick, let's go ahead and pop up here into North Texas. We do have a line of severe storms approaching the south sides of the DFW Metroplex. And we'll take a look at how hard the winds are blowing. Oh, mamma mia, let me tell you this. This thunderstorm in eastern Hood County has a nasty looking straight line wind signature. We're seeing winds over 80 miles an hour. And the radar, I mean, we just covered this last Monday when we were doing tornado coverage for Joshua over to Midlothian. The radar beam is originating from the radar northeast side of Burleson. So we're looking maybe 1,000 feet off the ground. So this is pretty representative of what might be going on near the surface. We're seeing very strong to destructive straight-line hurricane force winds now over 80 miles an hour with this thunderstorm, and that is generally moving east-northeast into northwestern Johnson County. It's going to be moving towards Godley, and then it's going to be moving towards Crescent. Eventually, it might move into the south side of Tarrant County. But again, very strong straight-line winds, definitely indicative of a higher end threat for significant straight-line winds with this thunderstorm moving towards northwest Johnson County. Not seeing as much of a hail signature with this thunderstorm, maybe nickel to quarter size, but again, very strong winds with this thunderstorm moving towards northwest Johnson County. So, y'all stay aware of that. Further south, we've got thunderstorms extending down Highway 144. Glen Rose, y'all are kind of skating between it. Some moderate rain right now. Heavier rain, maybe some small hail down 144, Walnut Springs to Meridian. Maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. We could have wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. I have a tornado warning now that includes the city of Gatesville. Let's get back down into central Texas and we'll deal with that. This is going to be a new tornado warning for a circulation that's spinning up a little further to the northwest now. And this one will move towards the city of Gatesville. So if you're in Gatesville, you're now in a tornado warning. Y'all need to move to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between y'all and the outside as possible. Again, this is a tornado warning now that does include the city of Gatesville or central Carroll County until 5:45 p.m. Central Time. Storm moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So again, we'll switch back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. See if we have any sort of a debris signature. We still do, it looks like. Though I think this circulation is in the process of occluding, which should result in tornado dissipation here soon, but that doesn't mean it won't try and spin up a new circulation. There. Still going to watch this thunderstorm south of Killeen and Fort Hood for signs of increasing organization, and we are starting to see that for what it's worth. We're looking probably 2,000-3,000 feet off the ground, but we're starting to see indications of increasing low-level convergence and rotation northwest of Florence. This thunderstorm, you can kind of see a little hook echo there developing, currently moving more like this. I expect, instead of that, it's going to start moving, that's a little too far right. I expect it's going to start moving closer to Belton, Salado, Temple. And in all likelihood, given the organization of the storm a little further north, we're probably going to see this thunderstorm go tornado warned within the next 30 to 45 minutes, if not sooner than that. So the reason we're here right now is we have a tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Carroll and Bell counties until 5:45 p.m. Tornado warning includes Gatesville, Fort Gates, down Highway 36. It includes places like Flat, Leon Junction, Oldsby, the Grove, west of Moody. This does not include Highway 317 from Crawford to McGregor to Moody at this time, but I expect, as this cell merger occurs, we're going to see a dominant supercell come out of this. That storm is going to move a little more to the east versus northeast over the next hour. So places like McGregor, Moody, southern McLennan County, y'all need to watch these storms. Right now, they're undergoing a bit of an organization phase. We had one tornado a few minutes ago, but I think, in all likelihood, it's either dissipating or new circulation is going to develop on the tail end of this cell merger, and that'll move more east than northeast at about 30 miles an hour. And I'll tell you this storm north of Florence moving into portions of Bell counties is really starting to become more organized in the rotation department, and will probably require a tornado warning sooner rather than later. So those of you from Killeen, Harker Heights, Belton, Salado, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but don't be shocked if y'all end up going tornado warned sooner than later. I very, very closely keep an eye on this thunderstorm. So with that being said, let's check on Bexar County storms down here. We have less lift across south central Texas, which is why storms are not as widespread or intense as further north at this time. But we're still going to be keeping an eye on it for sure. It's a very unstable atmosphere. You can see one storm trying to go up over southwestern Bexar County, just north of Lacoste. I have another storm just north of Hollywood Park. Both these are moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Could have nickel-size hail, and we'll keep an eye on them in case the hail sizes start to ramp up. But again, my concern definitely increasing with this supercell just north of Florence. I think tornado potential is increasing quickly now, and a tornado warning is going to be needed soon for places like Harker Heights over to Belton, Salado. So y'all keep an eye on that. Be ready to act, and in fact, it wouldn't hurt you to start acting now, and that'd be your safe place. As we move up into the DFW Metroplex, we have a nasty surge of wind now moving into northwestern Johnson County. And we could have straight line winds over 70 to 75 miles an hour. You can see the radar just updated this area of straight line winds. This is not tornadic. This is straight line winds. That's not to say it's not dangerous. These winds up to 80 miles an hour could be enough to roll mobile homes, cause structural damage, knock fences down, cause power outages. Just as dangerous as a weak tornado. So I encourage you all in Godley up to Crescent on Highway 377 to be in a safe place away from windows. Those of you in northern Johnson, southern Tarrant County, Benbrook, Everman, Crowley, Burleson, Briar Oaks, Joshua, down to Cleburne, maybe all the way southeast to Alvarado, don't be shocked if this area of very strong straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, it's moving like that. So be ready. Damaging straight line winds. Tornado warning now for Williamson County. This is going to be for the circulation near Florence. Storm looks like it's turned almost due east. So we're going to go back down to that. And this is going to be a very small tornado warning for Williamson County. Let's make that abundantly clear. And that doesn't... So this is not going to be a threat to places like Georgetown, Round Rock, Weir, Lender. This is a tornado warning for that essentially runs along Highway 138 from 183 to Florence, and then if 138 went all the way east to 35 to the Bell Williamson County line, that's where this would run. You can see very nice indications of a hook echo here. If we have a tornado develop, it's going to be right there. Not seeing any indications of a tornado debris signature yet, but honestly, based on the velocity data, I wouldn't be shocked if we have one sooner rather than later. Let me see if I can change the algorithm here to something that's a little more... Yeah, it's better at least. You can see pretty strong gate-to-gate circulation there. And in all likelihood, we have a tornado attempting to develop now just north of the town of Florence, approaching Highway 195, probably a mile or less north of 138. And this storm's moving more easterly now at about 25 miles an hour. So, assuming that continues, this might be taking more of a beeline towards Salado. This is going to be north, well, honestly, this is north of the Round Rock tornado from mid-March. This might cross portions of the tornado we had that was just west of Jarrow and moved up towards Salado and southern Bell County from mid-March. So again, this is going to be a storm that has a very high threat of producing a tornado now about, let's say, 2 miles north of Florence, moving east at 25 miles an hour. This could be a threat to southern Bell County near Salado. So those of you in Salado, y'all are going to be under a tornado warning here real soon, I guarantee it. There it is, tornado warning that actually runs pretty far north, too. So, again, this is going to be a new tornado warning from the National Weather Service in Fort Worth. This is going to run until 6:15 p.m. for Bell County. This will include the town of Salado. In fact, I'm just going to read a list off here. This will include, technically, the western side of the city of Belton. This will include portions of Harker Heights. This will not include the city of Temple or Holland or Little River Academy at this time. So again, those of you in Salado, Florence, west sides of Belton, southeast sides of Harker Heights, tornado warning. High increasing potential for a tornado. Now I'm going to do some housekeeping real quick. What I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to check various data. So again, we've got a couple tornado warnings right now. Possible tornado approaching Highway 195, 1 to 2 miles north of the town of Florence in northwestern Williamson County. That storm is going to be moving towards Salado, passing probably not too far north of Jarrow on Interstate 35. This storm's moving at about 25 miles an hour, so it's going to get to Salado around 6 o'clock. Further north, we've had a thunderstorm that did produce a tornado earlier. Looks like it may be attempting to spin up a rain wrap circulation near the town of Flat to Leon Junction. And this thing's hidden more than a turtle's pecker right now in precipitation, so you're not going to see it if you're trying to look visually. So again, possible rain wrap tornado developing near Leon Junction and Flat. That is going to be in Correll County, and this eventually may move towards southwestern McLennan, northern Bell County. Second circulation that could be dropping a tornado at any time, 1 to 2 miles north of Florence, and that's going to be moving towards Salado, just north of Jarrow over the next 30 minutes as it moves east at 30 miles an hour. This could be a threat if the storm moves more north than east. Could be a threat to the southwest sides of Belton within the next 45 minutes. If the storm moves more east, it's going to be an issue for Salado and areas north of Junction, essentially where we had the mid-March tornado. Not the Round Rock tornado, but the tornado that was moving north that passed west of Jarrow and then moved towards Salado. Let's get back up into the DFW Metroplex. We do not have any tornado warnings, but we do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing hurricane-force straight-line winds. You can see, here's the winds off the NEXRAD radar in Burleson. We're looking probably 1,000 feet above the ground or less. Winds 65 to 75 miles an hour right now on Highway 171 from Crescent down 171 to Godley. This storm's going to be moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So unlike the storms further south that are moving about 25 to 30 miles an hour to the east, this one's flying northeast at about 50. So those of you in Tarrant County, southern Tarrant County, Benbrook, Everman, Crowley, Burleson, Forest Hills, south sides of Fort Worth, Pantego, Arlington, the potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour possible in the next 30 minutes. The storm could also have nickel-size hail. So again, this could cause some power outages, knock down fences, cause some shingles to go flying. Not tornado warned, but is still dangerous. But we need to focus on the most life-threatening storms, and those are currently the storms capable of producing tornadoes, and that is with 2 supercell thunderstorms. One, we've got a storm wrapped up tighter than a tick's behind on 195 right now. Very strong gate-to-gate circulation. Tornado debris signature. We've got a tornado down now on Highway 195, a mile or two north of Florence. You can see you switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Radar de-aliasing's being a little funky there, but you can see strong circulation, gate-to-gate. Blue donut right there, that's your tornado debris signature. That is the radar detecting debris. It's not a raindrop, a hailstone, but it could be pieces of limbs, could be gravel, could be fence posts. If there's structures there, could be shingles, parts of homes. So again, that is what we call a tornado debris signature. And again, that tornado is down now. So we've had two supercells produce two separate tornadoes. One was about 7 miles southwest of Flat 20 minutes ago, and we have a tornado down now that is 1 to 2 miles north of the town of Florence. And this is making a beeline towards Salado, passing north of Gerald. This is going to be a direct threat to lives on Interstate 35 for those traveling. We want nobody going south of Belton and north of Gerald. Nobody should be traveling on Interstate 35 now between Gerald and Belton. If you know anybody who might be traveling on 35, personal or commercial, call them, let them know. Tornado down, moving towards I-35. Nobody should be between Belton and Gerald. This thunderstorm, we don't want anybody on 36 between Gatesville and the Grove. Moffett, really, if you want to be safe on the south side. Pretty good surge of straight line winds coming out of this thunderstorm now. New circulation might be trying to spin up south of Oldsby. That would be about 4 to 5 miles. That storm is moving more east-northeast at 35 miles an hour. Could be a threat to southern McLennan County. So earlier we were saying that storms further north have been fairly clustered, which has reduced the threat for significant hail and tornadoes. But we have a very nasty signs of straight line winds with this thunderstorm near Godley, and that's moving towards Burleson, Everman, Forest Hill. Another sign of a bowing storm structure with this thunderstorm that is in Hill County near Whitney, Lake Whitney up to Blum. That's going to be moving northeast towards Hillsborough, Itasca, Carl's Corner, Abbott, and West. We don't want anybody on or trying to go out and look at this once that strong straight line wind threat arrives from the west. We're getting reports of power outages in Crescent right now, so that's not a surprise. And we have a confirmed tornado down northeast of Florence based off a tornado debris signature and a very strong velocity couplet. Let me go ahead and put some telestration road labels on here. We'll see if we can get any. It's going to be on County Road 228 coming up to Indian Lake Road. The storm moving east-northeast about 30 miles an hour. You've got Wild Mound Road, Stillman Valley Road, Brooking Road. Eventually, this is going to be moving towards County Road 231, Abbott Springs Lane, Cedar Valley Road, coming up on County Road 230. So again, this is a tornado that's down. We've got a tornado debris signature. Let me stop road labeling. I'll circle that. We're looking for the blue donut surrounded by red. You see it there? Now we see if it's right where the velocity couplet is. I apologize for the funky looking data, but it's in the middle of the hook. That's a tornado down doing damage. New tornado may be developing on the northern storm now east of Highway 36 between the Grove and Leon Junction. So there's the latest scan. You can see very well-defined supercell at this point. Frankly, it looks like one of the supercells from back on March 21st. And honestly, it probably is almost identical in that regard. You can see very, very impressive structure reflectivity-wise. You've got your hail core. Could have golf ball, baseball-sized hail with this thunderstorm now just east of 195, moving into southern Bell County. You've got your hook echo, rear flank downdraft. That's your tornado right there. Still have a tornado debris signature marked in the X. That's where the radar is detecting pieces of what could be trees. structural debris if we're hitting structures, stuff like that. And this is making a beeline towards Salado. Those of you in Salado, from Gerald up to essentially the south sides of Belton, y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest room, center floor, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We have a major tornado debris signature with this circulation now. We've got a tornado down, and it is not doing good things. So again, this could be a strong, large tornado at this point. Now, 3 miles northeast of Florence, near Abbott Springs Lane and County Road 231, moving towards southern Bell County. It's on the Bell-Williamson County line right now, moving towards Salado. If you were between Gerald and Salado, from Interstate 35 to Highway 195, y'all need to take immediate tornado safety precautions to protect your lives. Then we've got a storm further north that's trying to put a tornado down. At times, this did put a tornado down about 25 minutes ago. This is now going to be producing very strong straight line winds near Leon Junction. I know the town name isn't on the map. I can see it on mine. It's coming up to the Grove, which is where 236 and 36 intersect. You can see straight line winds being indicated, approaching 70 miles per hour. So real quick, let's drop back up into the Metroplex. I know we have nasty storms with strong winds, heavy rain, a lot of lightning, but realize we need to focus on the most life-threatening storms, and that's the ones producing tornadoes down in central Texas right now. Potential for straight-line winds, 65 to 70 miles an hour. Now exiting Godley to the northeast, moving northeast towards Crowley. Burleson, coming up on the Chisholm Trail Parkway. And this will be in Crowley and Burleson and Joshua over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Real quick, I'm going to be checking some things. So, severe storms moving the DFW Metroplex from essentially Eagle Mound Lake down to Benbrook, down to Godley, down to just west of Cleburne. Could have nickel to quarter-size hail, but the big threat right now is straight-line winds out of the southwest up to 70 miles per hour. We've got a nasty surge of wind coming up on Blum, Lake Whitney, moving towards Interstate 35W. That'll be moving from near Rio Vista to Grandview to Itasca, Carl's Corner to Hillsboro. And could have some nasty straight line winds there, up to 70 miles an hour. Head back further south. We've got a tornado down, probably 4 miles northeast of Florence right now, near Abbott Springs Road, coming up on Cedar Valley Road. This is making a beeline towards the city of Salado. And again, this is a circulation that's down. It is on the ground. We've got tornado debris being lofted. We've got folks visually seeing it. So again, this could be a storm that continues to produce tornadoes for a while. I'm not saying we're going to have one single long track tornado, but this is an environment that does support tornadoes for the next several hours as this storm continues moving east-northeast. Now, if we have other storms impact this storm, that'd be good. That'd help kill the tornado potential. But notice how this thing's out by its lonesome self right now. There's nothing south and east of it impeding the inflow of warm, unstable air. You can see that hook starting to wrap up now. Very classic hook echo appearance on reflectivity with a confirmed tornado near Abbott Springs Road, passing maybe half a mile south of Cedar Valley Road at this time. Impressive circulation. And again, I mean, that's just not a good signature with the tornado debris. I really hope that's just trees. But, I mean, that's a nasty looking signature right there. And this is going to be west of Gerald. Unless this thing takes some sort of nasty hard right, this circulation and tornado will remain north of the city of Gerald. This is going to be passing closer to Salado than Gerald. We want absolutely no one on Interstate 35 between Belton and Gerald. If you're going north on 35, stop in Gerald. If you're going south on I-35, stop in Belton. Do not go on 35 between Gerald and Belton. We don't need folks getting hit by a tornado and thrown halfway to Shreveport. That's how we get people killed in vehicles. We don't need it. It's going to be a tornado debris ball now. A little red indicator. Let me clear up some roads. It's going to be on Abbott Springs Lane near Firefly Lane. Excuse me, Firefly Road. You can see impressive tornado debris signature. This will be coming up on Cedar Valley Road. And then eventually we're going to be moving closer and closer to Interstate 35 and the city of Salado. I'm just going to start labeling some roads here. So again, confirmed tornado now on Abbott Springs Lane near Firefly Road, moving east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. This is becoming a dangerous situation for the city of Salado. Y'all need to be in shelter. Nasty straight line wind signature approaching the Grove. Could have west winds up to 70 miles an hour. Still monitoring for signs of a new circulation with this. Those of you in Bell County, be aware, or excuse me, not Bell County, McLennan County, be aware. Heading up into the DFW Metroplex. You can see nasty straight line winds coming on in as we get close to the radar. Could have winds up to 60, 65 miles an hour. Moving northeast into southern Tarrant, northern Johnson counties. Unfortunately, our chasers are late to the show, so we don't have any live video to bring you at the moment, but once we do, I will be sure to show y'all. So again, this is going to be what is probably becoming a strong tornado now, moving towards the city of Salado. So again, Salado. This confirmed tornado is now 10 miles west-southwest of town, moving east 30 miles an hour. It's going to be there by 6 p.m. This tornado, if it remains down, will cross Interstate 35 between Salado and Gerald, where absolutely no one needs to be. As this storm continues moving east at 30, again, tornado's still down. Impressive structure, may be down for a while. Moving towards Salado. I'm hoping it'll pass just south of town, but y'all need to not bet on that. Let me make sure I have some additional radars up. So again, right now, what we have is what has become a large and extremely dangerous tornado now, about 8 miles southwest of Salado, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. This is what is it's not good. We've got a large, extremely dangerous tornado at this point. So again, those of you in Salado, this is a particularly dangerous situation. So again, we now have a major debris ball and what is become a violent tornado now. We've got winds moving towards, well, here, let me show you. And again, I'm going to make sure I don't get suckered into just focusing on this one circulation. Let me change the algorithm, see if I can get y'all. I can't on here, so let's do this. I'm just going to switch y'all over to a different radar source I use. So what we're looking at right now, about 8 miles southwest of Salado. You can see here's the velocity. You've got winds moving towards the radar at about 115 miles per hour, winds moving away at about 80. So we have wind shear now that is over 200 mile per hour gate to gate. This is a tornado. It is large and it is in charge, and it may not be going anywhere for a while. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation for the city of Salado on Interstate 35. If you know anyone near Salado, from Gerald to Salado to south of Belton, if you know anyone there, you need to call them and you need to tell them there is a big tornado. It is down and it is in charge, and it may not be going anywhere anytime soon. This tornado is the kind that is capable of doing major damage. So y'all in Salado need to be in shelter now. We want absolutely no one on Interstate 35 between Gerald and the city of Belton as this large and extremely dangerous tornado moves east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Have fun, Brandy! North of the tornado, we could have golf ball to baseball size hail. Salado, y'all may get it on the hail first. So I'm hopeful that this might pass over I-35 between Salado and Gerald. I mean, it's going to move over the interstate. There's no doubt about that, but I'd rather it not be in a major town. Okay, so this is a major tornado. The kind we dealt with back on March 21st. You know, the large, longer-lived, significant tornadoes. This is one of them, all right? This is what that is right now. The difference between March 21st and today is we have one storm doing that. We don't have 6 at the same time. Nevertheless, if you were in the path of this dangerous storm, we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado. We don't like speculating on tornado intensities, but I have no problem telling you, if this were to hit a structure, this is capable of producing EF3 to EF4 plus damage right now. So that's to give you the gravity of the situation. You need to take this storm seriously, all right? This won't be a tornado that simply comes along and takes your roof off. This is a tornado that'll take every wall except maybe the inside bathroom walls off. So you need to take this storm seriously. Y'all north of Gerald, y'all know this. Y'all aren't new to the situation. This should stay north of the city of Gerald. This is a southern Bell County problem, but a direct problem to Salado. So again, if it's 5:50 p.m., I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. We got severe storms from the DFW Metroplex down to Hillsborough, moving into Waco. Those storms could have winds 60, 70 miles an hour, nickel quarter size hail. Watching this thunderstorm starting to organize again now west of Moody. We're going to have to watch that carefully. We have what is a large, violent tornado down. If you're in Gerald, you can see it. If you're sitting on Interstate 35 in Gerald or at a gas station, you can see it. I mean, honestly, it honestly reminds me of the tornado from Gerald back in the 90s before it moved south into town. You were looking north, you could see the bloody thing. That's what I'm looking at, pictures of it right now. This is a violent tornado moving east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour towards Salado. If y'all are in Salado, y'all need to be in shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a life-threatening situation. And we may not even be live on YouTube or Facebook right now. Let's see what's going on. We're not live on Facebook. Oh, I can fix that pretty easily. All right, we're back on Facebook. My apologies. We've got what is a large, significant tornado down now about 4 to 5 miles southwest of Salado in southern Bell County. This is a life-threatening situation for a large, extremely dangerous tornado down 5 miles southwest of Salado, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. This tornado will stay north of the city of Gerald. Those of you in Gerald, you can see it. We've got a possible tornado down southeast of Gatesville. Shouldn't be now. So again, tornado, it's big, it's mad, it's down now about 4 to 5 miles southwest of Salado, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. This is a life-threatening situation. Those of you in Salado, you need to be in shelter. I've been saying it for 20 minutes now. This is a potentially violent tornado. Bicycle helmets, all right? I'm being real serious now, folks. Y'all know me. Y'all see me joke around, have fun with storms. This is not one of those times. I want you to understand the urgency in what I am saying, and that this is not a little spin-up tornado that is going away. This could be a potentially violent tornado. Violent being on the damage scale EF3, EF4, or higher. This is a life-threatening situation. If you are in the area around Salado to north of Gerald, get in a bathtub, get in an interior room with no windows, all right? You need to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You need to put on a bicycle helmet or some sort of helmet that will protect you from flying debris. Hard sole shoes, all right? If you get hit, you don't want to be walking around on debris after a tornado without shoes on. This is a major, major problem. This will stay north of Gerald. This will, unless something drastic changes, stay south of Interstate 14 and the city of Belton. Now, the good news is the Texas Highway Patrol, they've got 35 shut down. If you're in Gerald, you're not going north. And I assume they've got it shut down in either Belton or Salado. So state troopers have 35 shut down, so at least we won't have folks driving into this. If you are in the city of Salado, this is an urgent call to action for a large, violent tornado. I realize we have storms impacting up I-35, Waco to DFW. Strongest storms may have winds up to 70 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. Understand, we're dealing with a life-threatening situation in Salado right now. This is north of Gerald, south of Belton, for a large, violent tornado. Moving east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. This may pass near or just south of the city of Salado in the next 10 minutes. You're almost out of time. If we're somehow getting y'all here at the last second, if you know anyone around here, call them, let them know they need to be in shelter. So many people are watching streaming services, may just be paying attention to something on their cell phone, and may not know what's going on. This is like March 21st, except we're dealing with one storm instead of 6. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is now 4 miles southwest of Salado, moving east at 30. This tornado will cross Interstate 35 near or just south of Salado. Now, just doing some magic mesoscale stuff. We're starting to get some seeding in from other thunderstorms. Notice these showers south of the storm. If we get real lucky here, we might be able to get those to cut off the circulation. However, at other points, sometimes these storms ingest these showers like nothing, and they end up producing, the tornado circulation intensifies. So again, this is a nasty tornado. Switch over to the velocity couplet. You can still see it. Let me see if I can get any additional data on here. Again, if you want to know about storms in your neck of the woods that we aren't focusing on, my apologies, but we're focusing on the storm that currently poses a high threat to life and safety. Go to the website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers Google Play, Apple App Store. You can track the storms with the radar. It'll show you the current severe thunderstorm warnings, time estimates, etc. We've got a storm now approaching. This is going to be Wells Lane, southwest of Salado, Thomas Arnold Road, west of Salado. We've got a neighborhood here, I assume Cheyenne Pass, Trails End, Mission Trail, Hidden Springs Drive, Shady Oaks. Tornadic circulation is intensifying still. We continue to have a very significant, life-threatening situation in progress. Those of you in Salado, I cannot say it enough. You need to be in shelter. You should have been in shelter 25 minutes ago. You need to be in shelter now. I'm sorry if I sound like some random Baldian chief screaming about doom and all that, but hey, you know what? This is not a tornado you want to mess with. And folks down in this area, you know that. We had the F5 Gerald tornado back in the 90s, and guess what? This thing's pretty unhappy in its own right, too. So if you're in southern Bell County, around Salado, you need to be in shelter. We're about to have ingestation occur, essentially, where we have this storm's about to eat a shower coming in from the south. It's going to cause the circulation to become completely rain-wrapped here. Now, there could be a couple of things that happen. One, if we get lucky, this shower coming in will temporarily cut off the inflow and result in the circulation starting to occlude. That would cause weakening. We're not going to bet on that right now. Another situation or potential scenario would be somehow it actually increases the circulation. So either way, we're just speculating here, and there's no point. What I'm telling you should not change. You need to be in shelter. If you were south of the city of Bell, north of the city of Gerald. If you're in Gerald, you can see the thing to your northwest still, probably. So again, this tornado is down. Okay, we're going to take a real quick look. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. I don't believe we are. We have severe thunderstorm warnings pretty much all the way up I-35 at this point. Through Waco, could have straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. Hail up to the size of ping pong balls in McGregor right now. Let's go up in the DFW Metroplex. We've got a line of storms, looks like on 35W to 35E too. From Milford on 35E to Carl's Corner, up 35W. Itasca, Grandview. We have very strong winds now in southern Tarrant County. We could have winds over 60, 65 miles an hour, 70, moving into Dale, Worthington Gardens, Pantego, Arlington, over Kennedale and Forest Hill. And this is moving northeast towards Arlington, Grand Prairie, Six Flags, the ballpark, Jerry World, south side of DFW Airport, eventually western Denton County, Grand Prairie, and Irving. So again, that can cause problems. That can cause some small debris to go flying around, trash cans, tree limbs, etc. You need to take that seriously. Don't go be near west-facing windows. But we've got what is a large, violent tornado still in progress now. This is going to be coming up about 4 miles west of Salado now. And I'm hoping we're starting to have an occlusion process take hold. Unfortunately, as that occurs, if we have an occlusion taking place where the first tornado starts to weaken, back over here, we may have a new tornado try to form pretty much right over Salado. So, again, if you were in... This is probably going to take a little jog north now as the occlusion process takes hold, which is what I think is happening. So those of you 5 miles west of Salado, this thing near Cheyenne Pass is moving towards Thomas Arnold Road and Crow's Ranch Road. It's going to move more north and then maybe even northwest for a few minutes as it starts to occlude. That's where the circulation starts to weaken and hand off to a new circulation, assuming we're going to be dealing with a cyclic process where we have a new tornado form. If we have a new tornado form, it's going to be very near the city of Salado. You can see kind of a hook echo showing up, but I'm not sure if we're going to see this shower down here ingest in, cut off the circulation. Frankly, it may not. So those of you in Salado, y'all need to stay in shelter. West of Salado, y'all should have been in shelter 30 minutes ago at this point, as we've had what's been a significant tornado. I have no doubt this thing was capable of producing violent tornado damage, and I hope it didn't do that. See, circulation number 1 now near Crow's Ranch Road, coming up just west of Thomas Arnold Road. We've got quarter-size hail reported in North Fort Worth, Hazlet, and Saginaw up in the Metroplex. That storm's still moving northeast at 45. We've got what could be a new circulation that may try to develop near the south side of Salado right now. So Salado, you're looking better than you did a few minutes ago, but you better still be in shelter. We've got hail, could be baseball-size hail, falling on the north sides of Salado on Interstate 35 right now. It's going to be south of the city of Belton. Down the road, for what it's worth, assuming this thing spins up a new circulation, those of you from Holland to Little River Academy to Rogers, south of Temple, southeast of Belton should be ready to take action. But the good news is we now have additional storms forming to the south. I say good because that's starting to help cut off some of the inflow, which may cause the circulation to occlude. And, well, it is occluding, I'll tell you that. I'm not going to go into scientific details, but the circulation has turned north. It was moving like this. Now it's moving north. So this tornado should be gone within 5 minutes or something. That's one. We could have a new circulation develop closer to Salado if the ingestation of the other storms nearby doesn't hamper that. So, that being said, if we have a new tornado develop, it is going to be really close to Salado. Salado, y'all stay in shelter. Bell County tornadoes approaching the community of Stillhouse, or approaching Stillhouse Road in Farm to Market 2484. There's a campground there near the lake. Let's check this storm. Straight line winds, maybe some hail coming towards Waco. Starting to see minor areas of rotation in southeastern Johnson County, western Ellis County. We'll see if those spin up. That would be more of a squall line situation with brief spin-up tornadoes damaging straight line winds. We'll keep an eye on it. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning north of New Braunfels. Let's take a look at this. Quarter-size hail, localized wind gust to 60. It's a very small storm right now. This could move towards San Marcos. If it intensifies, it could become a hailer. You can see we're starting to deal with more of a clustered mess now with a cluster of thunderstorms. North of Georgetown to Fort Hood, Killeen, and then the storm near Salado. Tornado number 1 approaching a campground near Farm to Market 2484 and Stillhouse Hollow Road. Might have a new circulation try to spin up if the incoming rain doesn't cause it to dissipate south side of Salado. Now, that being said, this first tornado I was talking about, it is still there. It's down, and it's still doing damage. It may not be as strong as it was 10 minutes ago, but it is still down. We've got a big-time tornado debris signature still showing up. With, in fact, what's a debris ball right there? That's a debris ball. That's a tornado. Tornado number 1. If we had a new tornado develop, it'd probably be closer to Salado, but I think we've got some storms trying to cause issues with new circulations developing right now. So, Salado, breathe a little easier for the moment, but stay in shelter. And again, this occluding circulation out here is actually moving almost more northwesterly right now. It should hopefully be gone the next 10 minutes. If not, we're going to have issues up in Harker Heights. If for some reason this thing keeps going, which it should not, but never try to taunt Mother Nature. Bad things happen. Now let's take a breather. Checking on some things. Again, we're going to have to see what the cell merger process does around here around Salado. We've got a lot of storms in this one area now, so that might disrupt the circulation process, but we're still going to need to keep an eye on it and see what happens. There's multiple little circulations here right now. I'll show them. I can show you pretty easily on reflectivity data. Tornado. Circulation. Circulation. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see that. Tornado 1, it's still there, unfortunately. Circulation 2, trying to spin up near Thomas Arnold Road. Not sure if we're going to have a tornado out of that. And then third circulation, honestly, trying to spin up over the south side of Salado near Interstate 35. Let's go up here. Storm moving into Ellis County. Outflow winds up to 65 miles an hour, blowing dust. Quarter-size hail possible. Storm up here in Keller, moving it into Denton County, up to Denton to Aubrey. This is a left split, moving almost north-northeast. That's going to have hail, maybe quarter-size hail. And then we have storms here from Fort Worth over to Pantego, Arlington. Could have winds up to 65 miles per hour. All right, the Salado tornado, or the circulation with that, is finally starting to dissipate. We'll go back down to that. It's going to be a tornado warning for Bell County until 6:15 p.m. for what has been a long-track major tornado that developed just northeast of Florence, just on 195, and has made it about 5 miles west of 35 before it started to occlude and turn north. If we still have a tornado down right now in this general area, it would likely be very near Union Grove Park Road, Stillhouse Hollow Road, in the vicinity of FM 2484. If for some reason this thing's still around in 5 minutes, it may be moving north towards Comanche's Gap Road, southeast side of Harker Heights. And again, this is the only tornado warning we have right now. Everything else is severe thunderstorm, damaging straight-line winds, hail, which in itself is a threat, but not as threatening as what has been a significant tornado. The good news is this circulation is occluding or weakening rapidly, so hopefully that means we're done with that within 5 minutes. Am I going to say that for sure? Absolutely not. but that should be the way we're trending. Unfortunately, you remember 5 minutes ago we had so many showers and storms this thing was ingesting the area. It almost looks like this thing's actually surviving as a dominant supercell, and if that occurs, this thing's going to be out ahead of these other storms here pretty quick, and could pose an increased tornado threat for places like Little River Academy, Rogers, and Holland, if this specific thunderstorm is able to maintain its individuality as a discrete supercell. And it may. These things, once they get wound up so intensely, are able to do some weird things, like essentially eat other thunderstorms. You know how some storms may collide? This one might just eat them, absorb them, and keep on going. That's what can happen with intense supercell thunderstorms. Severe thunderstorm warning for north of New Braunfels has been canceled or allowed to expire. Either way, that is good news. Got a severe storm moving on into the city of Waco. Could have nickel, quarter, maybe even ping pong ball size hail. Winds up to 60 miles an hour. We do not have a tornado issue with that. Head up on into the DFW Metroplex. These storms are not really supercellular, multicellular, kind of a line, which is good. From near Italy to Waxahachie. And then we've got a little hailer over Keller moving towards 377 Roanoke 114, just east of the Texas Motor Speedway. And the Buc-ee's, and this will be making a beeline towards City of Den, Corinth, Highland Village, eventually Aubrey, Krugerville. Could have quarter-size hail with that for a few minutes. Strong winds, Arlington up to Hearst, moving towards the DFW airport. Outflow winds up to 60 miles per hour. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to clear off all these roads. What I'm about to do is probably going to crash this radar program for a minute. But I want to get this loop. I'm going to loop the radar over the last several minutes. I've turned off all the warnings. And I'm going to turn off the setting that does that. So again, honestly, I'm doing this loop because I'm going to save the video. Yeah, at this point, it looks like the tornado has dissipated. And we'll see if they issue a new tornado warning. What I'm doing right now, honestly, I'm saving some video clips just for my own collection. You can see the thing spinning where that hook was. I'm going to switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. I'm going to turn off the warnings again. So that's what we just had to deal with. Now, the good news is tornado is gone. Circulation is gone. Salado, come on out. You're fine now. Y'all had got really, really lucky. I cannot tell you how lucky. Unfortunately, some of your neighbors between Florence and 35 did not. So now what we're going to be watching for is if this thunderstorm can reorganize. Now, I'll tell you this, for now, it's definitely got some good hail on 35 between Belton and Salado. We do see that little hook echo just southeast of Salado. And we'll see if that starts to, circulation intensifies. If so, we could have a new tornado warning for parts of Bell County pretty quick. But for now, we do not, and that is good. So now that we have a few minutes and we have no new tornado warnings, we're down to severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go up. We'll take a look at McLennan County. We've got heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail, gusty winds over 60 miles an hour, all the way on 35 from Lorena to Hewitt to Waco. I'm sure the construction zone on 35 is just wonderful to be in right now. Lakeview up Ross to West. All right, let's pop up into the DFW Metroplex. We've got storms capable of producing nickel to quarter-size hail. Got some nasty winds here in Arlington right now off the radar. Let me put some streets on there. This could be straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. That's enough to do some tree damage. Coming up on Collins and Green Oaks Boulevard. This will be moving up towards the south side of DFW International Airport. Could impact the American Airlines headquarters. South side of DFW Airport, 183 coming up on 360, straight line winds over 60. Blinding rainfall, enough to knock some tree limbs down, maybe cause some power outages. We'll dive down into Ellis County. Nasty little straight line wind signature heading up 34. Bardwell, you're probably getting winds over 60 miles an hour right now. This will be impacting I-45 from near Palmer, Garrett, Ennis, Alma. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour. Little baby circulation. East side of Waxahachie, it's so weak. Maybe just some straight line winds, 50 miles an hour. Nothing in the spinny doom department at the moment there. And again, we have no tornado warnings further south at this point. So we'll stay live on YouTube for now, Twitch, and we'll let the face bags go, since the longer we stay live on Facebook, the more angry the algorithm gets at us. Actually, you know what? We're going to stay on with Facebook for now. Let's just do that. But we'll switch over to a different screen. So most of these thunderstorms are moving east, northeast. These in central Texas are moving about 20 to 30 miles an hour to 40 east-northeast. These around the DFW Metroplex, they're moving northeast at about 45 to 50. And let me clear everything off. We'll take a look at the current severe weather watches. Yellow box is going to be a tornado watch until sorry, I'm trying to get the info to pop up. It doesn't want to. 11 p.m. includes Austin, Georgetown up I-35, DFW Metroplex includes the northern Brazos Valley, up 79, Rockdale to Buffalo to Palestine, and then runs east to Athens. These thunderstorms, which I will now show you by turning the radar back on I-35 are likely going to make it all the way to northwest Louisiana after midnight. So if you're east of these storms, east-northeast, say from Temple, Centerville, over to Shreveport, Lufkin, up to Texarkana, you'll probably be under a severe weather watch later. And some of these storms are probably still going to be producing high winds, maybe some hail, and we'll keep an eye out for a couple of tornadoes. Unlike March 21st, we are not dealing with multiple tornadic supercells simultaneously. We definitely dealt with a major tornado between Florence west of Salado. But again, most of these storms are behaving, which is good. I'll put a storm track on these storms in the Metroplex. These times are probably off, but you can see storm track wise, I'll just draw it. How about that? Just going to say they're moving northeast at about 45. So there's some times for you. Again, storms up here in the Metroplex moving northeast. These aren't supercellular. These are multicellular, which is just a fancy way of saying they don't have super big hail. They're not tornadic. We're dealing with some straight line winds, outflow winds. You'll notice it's going to get a lot colder. Some of those winds could be over 60 miles an hour, enough to cause some tree damage, maybe some power outages, etc. Maybe nickel quarter-size hail in spots, so pocket change size hail. And again, I can't rule out a baby brief tornado spin-up, and if that happens, we'll cover it as needed. Pop on down here. Let me clear that storm track. We'll see what's going on with these thunderstorms a bit further south. Thunderstorm over the city of Waco, moving east-northeast about 40 miles per hour. At this point, Beverly, 628, Hallsburg, about 650, Martz, 705. We'll head further south. No more tornado warnings at the moment. We've got a cluster of severe storms that are kind of trying to dominate and fight over the local environment. And these storms are generally moving east, northeast right now, about 20 to 30 miles an hour. We could have some bigger hail with some of these. These could be $half to maybe golf ball in spots. Killeen, Harker Heights, Belton, y'all are getting heavy rain right now. Could have some hail moving from the southwest. We're keeping an eye out just in case we have any sort of low-level rotation, but I'm not seeing any of that right now. But we'll keep an eye on it. Heading farther south, the storm that was near New Braunfels earlier has been squished by the cap, and it is it's gone pretty much. It's dissipating. So that's what we have going on right now. Pretty good hailer on 195 south of Killeen and Harker Heights. That's generally moving east-northeast towards Harker Heights, Lake southwest of Belton, and then Belton itself. And then we've got storms on Interstate 14. Well, Killeen, Harker Heights, Belton, and then over to Temple up 35. And if this doesn't start moving soon, we're going to have flash flooding problems. So again, otherwise, we've got winds in Ellis County. Very strong indication of straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. In Ennis right now, it's going to be moving up 34 towards Kaufman County, northeastern Ellis County. Storms in Tarrant, Dallas, Denton counties. I mean, there's some strong winds, maybe on 360, maybe approaching 55 miles an hour in spots between Interstate 30 and 183. That'll move over the south side of the airport here shortly. Golf ball size hail reported 2 miles northwest of Killeen at 6:15. But for the moment, we're dealing with hail, wind, no tornado issues at the moment. So what I'm going to do for the moment and for a few minutes is I'm going to take a break. Streams are going to stay up, radar is going to stay up, but you're not going to hear audio from me for a few minutes, and then we'll be back. So again, streams are staying up. I'll be back here in a few minutes. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. We'll keep an eye on things. Radar on our website and our mobile app, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Download the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers Google Play, Apple App Store. Stream and radar are staying up. I'm just taking a quick voice break. be back here in just a few minutes. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. It's 6:30 on the 12th of April, 2012. Just received reports of structure damage with the tornado in southwestern Bell County earlier. Cedar Valley Road and Farm to Market 2843, we've got multiple structures damaged. Don't know more than that at this point. Just watching various signatures. So I'm going to reset this radar real quick because it's mad at me. Give me just a second to do some housekeeping. I'm glad to see YouTube for content creators is back up. You've been able to watch YouTube all day without a problem, but haven't been able to access the admin panel and all that stuff for most of the day. Okay, let's go from north to south. We'll take a look at what's going on and go over the latest. We have no tornado warnings at this time. Severe weather warnings. No severe weather warnings in the Metroplex minus Southeast Dallas County. The storms in Tarrant County coming up to the DFW airport, they have weakened. They're moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. I'll turn the storm tracks on. You can see all these storms down here from near Ferris, Ennis, Rice. They're moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. They've actually got some pretty good straight line wind signatures moving up into Kaufman County. We could have winds over 60 miles an hour in spots. That's enough to cause some power outages, tree damage, etc. We've got storms severe eastern sides of McLennan County, now moving east of Interstate 35 in the city of Waco. Maybe some quarter-size hail, gusty winds. We've got storm with heavy rain, quarter to golf ball size hail, city of Temple down I-35 west to west along Interstate 14 to Harker Heights. Little area of rotation southeast of Belton, west of Little River Academy. We have storm chasers in the area. Rotation's weak for now. Nothing we're going to be crying home about, but we're going to have to see if we have any thunderstorms in this little cluster become dominant again. This thunderstorm that produced this tornado west of Salado earlier also produced giant hail. Like, we're talking softball or larger. That's some big hail. So again, we're going to have to watch these storms around Bell County. For now, it's a pretty giant mess. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, probably hail, some gusty winds, but for now, no signs of tornadic circulations. We'll see if we have a dominant updraft take hold again, and if that is sure, or if that happens, we'll have to keep an eye out and see if we have any renewed tornado problems. But for now, we do not, and we are thankful for that. So again, with that being said, main issue right now in terms of damaging winds in North Texas will be this little Boeing line segment from northeast of Ferris to Rosser, running up Highway 34 towards Oak Grove, Kaufman, eventually Interstate 20 from Terrell to Wills Point. Those storms are moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour in spots. Maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. And no, we don't have any tornado issues at this time. Zoom back out. As soon as I learn how to turn off the magical marker. Go back south. You can see pretty good little line of storms from Golinda to Mount Calm to Hubbard to M House. Some of these storms are producing winds over 45 miles an hour. Maybe some quarter-size hail in spots. And at this point, we're just watching what's a large cluster or a small cluster of thunderstorms or one giant supercell over Bell County from Killeen to Parker Heights to Belton to Temple. At this point, nothing tornadic, but some of these are showing some pretty nasty hail signatures. We could have hail over the size of golf balls. With the tornado storm earlier, around Salado, we had softball size hail, 4.5 to 5 inches in diameter. Giant. That's what we call giant hail. That's enough to go through home roofs or roofs of buildings. So, and again, these storms aren't really moving too much right now around Bell County because there's just a lot of organization or a lot of mayhem per se, a lot of different updrafts trying to organize. But if we get one of these updrafts to take hold, we'll probably start moving east again a bit, about 20 miles an hour. So we'll keep an eye on that. Make sure we have no spinny problems. Little area of rotation on Highway 34 between Roser and Oak Grove. It's what we'd call a little spin up on the leading edge of a squall line or an area of damaging straight line winds. Maybe a brief tornado, but probably winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour. And that's moving up Highway 34 towards Kaufman. And this is what we're dealing with. Essentially a line of thunderstorms from just south of Kaufman, broken through Corsicana, down Highway 31 through Hubbard, now east of Waco, coming up on Mart on 164 to Golinda on 77. And then we've got tail end Charlie, kind of supercell storm still in Bell County. We're going to have flash flooding problems on Interstate 14 and I-35 from Temple over to Fort Hood and Killeen because these storms are just sitting there and dumping copious amounts of rainfall in addition to the potential for big hail. Storms up across North Texas are moving northeast. About 50 miles an hour. Storms near Waco moving east, much slower, probably 25 miles an hour. And then with these storms around Bell County right now, honestly, they will eventually be moving east at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. But for now, it's just a conglomerate of storms in the same area all trying to dominate the environment. So they're kind of just, it almost looks like they're just sitting there, which is problematic in the flash flood department. So we're going to have to wait and see what comes of that. But for now, we'll go ahead and take a bit of a break, minus the YouTube stream, which will stay on. So if y'all want to know what's going on weather-wise, check out the interactive weather radar on TexasStormChasers.com/radar. Download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers, Google Play, Apple App Store. And we'll continue on our YouTube channel. Those of you on Facebook, we'll be back if things start getting rowdy again. Otherwise, we're staying live on the YouTube. And technically, we're on Twitch and Twitter too. But so, I mean, the storm over Bell County Temple, it's really 2 or 3 different storms, but what's happening is we have multiple updrafts in the same area. And at some point here, one of those is going to take hold and become the dominant storm, and likely become a very high precipitation supercell. But once that happens, it's also likely going to become a monster supercell and start sucking in air from everywhere. And we'll see if it ends up trying to spin up again. But at this point, someone in Bell County is probably getting a lot of hail. Here, I'll turn on the... Otherwise, I'm going to actually do something different. I'm going to see if I can turn on hotspot data. Might be able to. Or I thought I could. I don't know. The satellite data is being weird. Good news is a fire that was southwest of Andrews in West Texas. They've gotten a handle on that. And then these storms across Central Texas, North Texas. Continue with some wind, some hail. No tornado issues right now. If you're in Tarrant, Denton, Collin counties, you're pretty much done. Your severe weather threat is much, much lower now. At least for the next several hours. So what we're going to do is I'm going to leave a radar stream on. I'm going to let it stream radar. And I'm going to figure out what's for dinner. And then we'll plan on being back by 7 p.m. with audio, or sooner if necessary. But the stream will be staying up. Thank you all for joining us this evening. We'll be back. ladies and gentlemen. Still here. 7/23, 12th of March. It's not March, it's April 2022. Looks like about to get all right, we've got a confirmed tornado down now southeast of Temple. That's escalated quickly. I'll show it. Stand by, stand by. I'm just going to throw it up on a feed. 1 second. I just have to throw it up. By the way, tornado warning now just southeast of Temple. Oh, I guess I need to turn the Facebook back on. Going to be near Seaton. Okay, time is 7:23. Okay, this is right now. We've got a tornado down. This is a 90-second old photo. We've got a tornado down now east of the city of Temple near Seaton. This is going to be on Highway 53. So again, this is by Alex Bartholomew. This is 90 seconds ago. Tornado down now. Highway 53 east of Temple. And this is going to be moving east-northeast. It's going to be very near the town of Seaton. That's Sierra, Echo, Alpha, Tango, Oscar, November. This tornado warning is until 8 p.m. This is a tornado warning for a confirmed tornado down. Moving northeast towards Lot, Seaton, and Rosebud. Moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Let me see if I can get a live video of this. Okay. Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, Alex Bartholomew report tornadoes lifted for the moment, but we still have a impressive circulation in progress. And this thing's definitely capable of putting a tornado back down again. Like I said earlier, once these storms kind of figured out what was going on and worked out the issues, okay, I'm going to share a photo now. This is about 30 seconds old. This is a photo from Alex Bartholomew. Apologies for the out of focus raindrops. Out on your right side, right there, it's going to be a tornado that is either been down for a few minutes now or is a new one that just touched down. But again, we have tornado down now, Highway 53. This is going to be east of the city of Temple. Temple, this is not an issue for you. This could be an issue for Rosebud and Lot. So again, tornado warning until 8 p.m. This is going to be for eastern Bell County and southwestern Falls County and central Texas. Tornado down now, Highway 53. Our storm chasers have visual of it. It's going to be just east of the town of Seaton, moving east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So again, switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see that circulation quite clearly now coming up on Highway 53 where it curves north and before it splits off with 320. This is going to be a tornado down moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Those of you in Rosebud and Lodge, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. For a confirmed tornado near Highway 53, east of Seaton. This is going to probably be about 2 to 3 miles east of Seaton. For those of you wondering in terms of Temple, this is about 9 miles east of the city of Temple, moving away from the city of Temple, moving northeast at 25 to 30 miles per hour. Impressive gate-to-gate circulation there, and this is in close proximity of the Granger radar, which is further to the south-southwest. Hail core west of this tornadic circulation, probably dropping golf ball to baseball size hail, and Seaton into the east side of the city of Temple. This will be the only tornado warning we have right now. This does not include the city of Temple. This does not include Belton, Troy, Bruceville, or any part of Interstate 35. This is going to be for a thunderstorm that is east of the interstate now, moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour, generally towards Lott, maybe Rosebud if it turns right. For what it's worth, this tornado supercell, if it continues, could be a threat to Marlin, to Coos within the next hour, hour and a half. So again, the reason we're here, we have a tornado warning for eastern Bell, southwestern Falls County until 8 p.m. for a confirmed tornado that has been intermittently down over the last few minutes in proximity of Seaton, about a mile or two east of Seaton, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. It's the impressive hook echo with this thunderstorm. I'll draw for you. Y'all can see it pretty well. This is your hook right here. Rear flank downdraft coming on around. Your inflow coming in here. Switch over to the which way the wind's moving mode, and voila, you've got your gate-to-gate circulation, no doubt about it. Right there. Just had a report of hen egg-sized hail. That was a bit earlier from Belton. If we get a live stream of the tornado, I'll let y'all know. We've got multiple chasers in the area there actually documenting it. And then one of our chasers who's live streaming will be in proximity of this within 15 to 20 miles. And you can watch his live stream on our website, mobile app, texasstormchasers.com/radar. How about this? TexasStormChasers.com or the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. I'm going to make sure I've got this ingesting. We've got a tornado down east of Okay, so we continue to have a tornado on the ground. Repetitive, I know. Tornado down, approaching Highway 53, kind of where it splits off with 320. About 3 miles east of Seaton, this would be moving closer towards Lott and Rosebud over the next several minutes. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see the circulation. Red's moving towards the radar. Yeah, pretty much. Wind's moving into the storm. Blues and greens moving away. Your circulation there about half a mile south of Highway 53. And I'm going to make sure I've got my appropriate settings set up. My apologies. I'm just having to do that real quick. We've got a tornado watch in east-northeast Texas until 2 a.m. it looks like. This will include places like Texarkana, Mount Pleasant, Lufkin, Tyler, Jacksonville, Nacogdoches, over to Marshall. Doing some housekeeping. So again, this is the only tornado warning we have, and this is a tornado that's down at the moment. It's reported to be relatively weak, but a tornado's a tornado. Just, again, trying to get some housekeeping done. My apologies. Yeah, we'll pop over to Mr. Jason Cooley. This is going to be Jason's stream. He is about, I believe he's coming in from the north. He's still 15 miles away or so. You can see he's driving through the precipitation. Cute rainbow. And we'll keep an eye out on his feed as he gets closer. And we end up getting a view. Let me go ahead and see. I'm going to switch some. You can see Jason's live feed there, so that actually works pretty well. So this is going to be a tornado. That has been intermittently down. East of scene by about 3 miles. We could have golf ball to baseball size hail falling in scene. It's not showing up on this map, but this is going to be coming up towards scene. Eventually could be a threat to the town of Rosebud. Maybe a lot maybe more on the hail side, and end up versus a tornado. We've got hail falling in Temple with other severe storms a bit further to the west. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully-in-Chief David-Reimer. It is 7:34 Tuesday evening, the 12th of April 2022, covering a tornado warning east of the city of Temple now, approaching Highway 53, where 320 splits off. It's going to be a tornado warning for eastern Bell and western Falls County until 8 p.m. for a tornado that's been down intermittently over the last several minutes. This could be a threat to Lott and Rosebud. Further west, we've got storms dropping some pretty big hail just east of Harker's Height over to Morgan's Point, moving towards the cities of Belton and Temple. That's not tornadic right now, and hopefully it'll stay that way, but it does have some pretty big hail. So again, with this thunderstorm near moving towards Rosebud, we definitely want folks to be in a safe place. We may not necessarily have a tornado down this second, but a very strong circulation aloft continues and does appear to be intensifying. So as that occurs, we could see additional tornadoes develop. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is located, I believe, to the north of this storm, moving south. I'm going to assume he is on Highway 77, coming down 77, and we'll be getting a good view from the east. And as that occurs, we'll be watching Jason's video. Okay, let's pop north. We'll see what's going on further north. We do have severe thunderstorms moving into eastern North Texas. They're not tornadic at this time, but they are capable of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour and some quarter-size hail. pretty good surge of wind coming up on Highway 175 in Athens down to Frankston over the next 30 minutes, and we note these storms are moving much more quickly to the east than these storms across central Texas. These are moving at about 55 miles an hour, are capable of producing tree damage along with brief tornadoes. So those of you from Mount Pleasant, Gilmer, Longview, Tyler, Henderson, you're going to be getting some strong west winds over the next hour. Okay, so that was Alex Bartholomew. My apologies. They report they don't have a tornado down this second, but it looks like the storm's ramping up. Strong inflow continues, and it may be trying to produce again. So that's what happens with these. With cyclic storms, we see circulations attempt to develop. Sometimes they're short-lived, sometimes they're not. And you just have to wait and see. So one tornado's dissipated already. We'll see if we have another one try and form with this thunderstorm. Jason is in Lot. So Jason's in Lot, moving south on 77. He's got hail right now. In fact, we'll just go ahead and pop over to his stream. Although I actually have audio going. So again, Mr. Cooley is heading down Highway 77 towards Rosebud. He's in Lot now. We'll be getting a visual on the circulation shortly. If we have a tornado down, it might be rain-wrapped right now, but we actually have a couple of circulations here showing up. One circulation southeast of 53 and 370, and a little pseudo-circulation over 190 and Rogers that's interacting with a boundary. So we could see a brief spin-up tornado. So that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on as this storm moves east at about 25 miles an hour. Tornado watch for DFW has been canceled. Severe threat for DFW is over. See Jason heading south on 77. And again, you can watch Mr. Cooley's video on YouTube, Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. If you're wondering about storms in your neck of the woods, texasstormchasers.com/radar. Or just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. If you're west of these storms, well, let's say this, based on what's going on so far. If you're south of these storms on Interstate 14/190, you're clear from this. You can see Austin, San Antonio, y'all remain capped. Y'all have been protected by the cap. Y'all are done. You're good. Look north. Enjoy the lightning show. These are the south end of the storm. South of this, the cap is squashed. So let's go back to the Shreveport radar. We'll take a look at the damaging winds across East Texas. These storms are linear in nature, but they have quite a bit of outflow winds. In particular, this thunderstorm in Athens, moving towards Frankston, Moore Station, eventually into southern Smith County, around Tyler. Seeing pretty good signs of strong straight-line winds, maybe even an embedded mesocyclonal loft, which would help enhance the damaging straight-line wind potential. Again, meteorologist Jason Cooley is south of Lot now, moving towards Rosebud on 77. He's going through the precipitation. And as he progresses south, we'll clear out of the rain and hail, and we'll start getting a view of the updraft of the thunderstorm. Now, if there's a tornado right now, it might actually be wrapped back in the rain, but we'll still see some storm structure. This is what I get for planning on having dinner. Unfortunately, my sandwich and soup are just going to have to wait. So let's go back. Again, in these storms in East Texas, they're moving east at 50, 60 miles an hour. They're flying, damaging straight line winds. They can knock down trees, cause power outages, knock trees down on roads, and even some structures. The only tornado warning we have, and these also are coinciding with the heaviest or the highest hail potential, the storm around Rosebud to Rogers. Could have golf ball size hail or larger. And of course, we have a circulation. This produced a brief tornado a little east of Seton about 10 to 15 minutes ago. Tornado warning for Bell County has been canceled. Storm is now in Falls County. Those of you in Rosebud, this is making a beeline towards y'all. If it puts a tornado down, it's going to be very near Rosebud here sooner rather than later. And we're also watching this storm back west towards Belton. And this one should be a little elevated above cooler air left behind this storm from earlier. That being said, we're going to watch it closely as it's clearly still a supercell, can produce large hail. But hopefully that will not allow there to be any sort of surface-based spinny mischief, otherwise known as a tornado. I guess we're getting a lot of wind in the Metroplex. Could be on the, called a wake low, or the backside of the departing storms off to the east. Sometimes you get a lot of sinking air on the backside of those storms, and that's called a wake low. So no recent reports. See, Mr. Cooley's stream has frozen there. He'll probably be back here sooner rather than later with an updated live stream. Okay, so we have a tornado that is developing now just west of Rosebud. And you can see that on the reflectivity data, a little bit of a hook echo right there. Let me put some streets down. We have chasers all in this area. Unfortunately, data's just being spotty at the moment, so we can't bring y'all live video at this second. We'll go back full screen. So if we had a developing tornado, it's likely going to be near County Road 335, southwest of 77, which you can see clearly here. County Road 351, west of Rosebud. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see circulation's definitely increasing, and we're pretty close to the radar site. So again, we're going to probably know if there's a tornado down near about the time we get the reports from our chasers in the vicinity. So I'll be keeping an eye out to see if Jason's live stream comes back. And when it does, we'll go back to that, because if something does drop, we're probably going to have a view from Mr. Cooley. We've also got Trey Greenwood, Stephen Jones, Alex Bartholomew in the vicinity. Unfortunately, data is being a little difficult, which is the norm for most things, unfortunately. So, again, this is a supercell thunderstorm moving east at about 20 miles an hour. It looks like it's taken a pretty good hard right. We'll see if it's moving due east or a little more northeast. If it's due east, this could be an issue for areas closer to Calvert down the road, north of Cameron. If it's moving more east-northeast, it could be an issue for Bremont. The storm in the last 2 minutes has tried to spin up a circulation. It didn't circulation. Let me clarify. Spin up a tornado. It didn't succeed. Looks a little less organized visually in the last minute. Doesn't mean it can't spin up again in a hurry, but this thing's still clearly spinning like a top aloft, dropping probably golf ball to baseball size hail west of the circulation, near Seton, northeast of Rogers, west of Burlington, northwest of Ben Arnold. The storm might have taken a hard right turn. If it is, it's moving east-southeast. And if it grabs a boundary, that's going to increase the threat for a tornado over the next little while. So again, which way the winds are moving mode. Jason's stream is back, so I'll pop that back on. Jason's getting very close to Rosebud now. In fact, I'll go ahead and update the... Like me doing that. Jason's in Rosebud right now. Heading south. Folks in Rosebud need to be in shelter. If this thing spins up, it's going to be near or in town. You can see Rosebud itself. Gas prices going down. That's nice. We'll just pop over to Jason's stream. How about that? It's meteorologist Jason Cooley. He is in Rosebud, Texas. As he heads south on 77, he'll be looking for a view now to the west. As this storm continues to move east, it's going to be making more of a beeline towards Burlington, it looks like. Severe thunderstorm warning up in East Texas, includes the city of Tyler. We'll head up there real quick while Jason rounds 77 and continues south of Rosebud. So again, Jason's stream, tornado warned storm near Rosebud in central Texas. We're going to take a look at the thunderstorms in East Texas. Pretty nasty little line of bow echo. Nasty little line of storms with a bow echo. The potential for nasty straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. Radars detecting winds aloft of over 70 miles an hour. And this is making a beeline for Smith County, including the city of Tyler. This could result in some fairly widespread damaging straight line winds. May produce a lot of downed trees, could knock trees down on roads and power lines, knocking out power. So again, as these storms going to be making towards, well, let's just do this. 811 White House, 812 for Tyler. New Chapel Hill at about 817. Overton, 827. Kilgore, 836. Gladewater, 838. And then Warren City around 840. So meteorologist Jason Cooley is looking at a high precipitation supercell that's tornado warned approaching the city of Rosebud. You can see pretty gnarly little hook echo. Rear flank downdraft swinging around, very strong winds. You've got inflow coming in like that. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see that there displayed on the velocity data. This might stay a little south of Rosebud, but it's definitely going to be too close to call. Those of you in Burlington need to be in shelter as well. This thing is showing indications it wants to spin up. Again, we'll switch to a full screen view. New tornado warning. This is for northern new tornado warning for portions of Falls, Millam, counties until 8:30. Possible tornado coming near Rosebud or Burlington, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. This storm's deviant motion moving due east. So this is going to be more of an issue for Burlington, passing just north of Ben Arnold near Rosebud on 77. Could eventually be an issue for Highway 6 from Hammond down to Hearn, or Hearn. Switch back over to the the how hard it's raining mode. Jason is near Rosebud, south of Rosebud, taking a look west at this storm, and in fact, we'll just go to his screen, full screen. And by the way, thank you to all those who may be sending stars, super chats on YouTube, etc. I don't keep an eye on those in real time, but I know they happen, so thank you, y'all. Just want to throw that out there. So as you can see, if there's a tornado with this circulation approaching Burlington and Rosebud, it is wrapped in rain. Very difficult to see. Rosebud, you're probably getting a lot of strong winds from the northeast right now. Probably heavy rain, could have hail. Hail could be rather unpleasant in size as we progress on. While we leave Jason's stream on, I'm going to check on East Texas. Very strong winds moving towards southern Smith County, Tyler, White House, Bullard, Moore Station, Chandler, over to Overton. Potential for significant straight line winds that could cause significant widespread tree damage, power outages, so take that seriously. Rain-wrapped circulation with a possible tornado now on Highway 77, a couple miles south of Rosebud, very near the community of Burlington, north of Ben Arnold.
Inflow streaming into this thing. Inflow ripping.
Yeah, and we're watching meteorologist Jason Cooley. He is between Rosebud and Burlington, Highway 77, with a tornado-warned storm in Milliam and Falls counties. Rain-wrapped circulation. You can see the rain streaming into it. You can see the inflow with the clouds.
Stationary. This is a stationary tornado-warned storm.
This is why chasing storms can be quite dangerous. Not everything is photogenic and can be seen 20 miles away. This is more often than not what we deal with. You can watch his stream on our YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers. We've got very strong winds moving into Smith County and towards the city of Tyler. A lot of damaging straight-line wind potential with this. Can't rule out a brief tornado either, but damaging straight-line winds are definitely a bigger problem. You can see, as we head back over to Jason's stream, you'll hear some hail starting to mix in. Inflow streaming into that area of rain-wrapped circulation.
Very dark, very rain-wrapped stuff going on here. Inflow is ripping straight into this thing. I don't like it. It's hard to believe there's not a rain-wrapped tornado going on right now. South of Rosebud.
As I listen to Mr. Cooley's commentary as well, we'll look at the radar and you can see this is indeed a high precipitation supercell. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Screaming inflow winds wrapping around the circulation, rear flank downdraft. Switch over to the how hard it's raining mode. Golf ball to baseball size hail just west of the circulation. Probably wrapping around the circulation at times too, so damaging hail with this storm, a lot of wind. We note a second supercell west over the city of Temple. Could have hail as well. And then we have damaging straight line winds moving towards the city of Tyler. Okay, real quick, I'm going to let Jason's stream play for a minute or two, and you won't hear me, but streams are staying up. I will be right back. Okay, Jason's in Rosebud now, getting pounded by hail. We've got a new tornado warning that does include Smith County in the city of Tyler, so let's get to it. You can watch Jason's full video with sound on our YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers. This is going to be a tornado warning now for the city of Tyler, Smith County. It includes Hawkins, Winona. It does include the entirety of Tyler down to Noonday. A potential spin-up tornado now very near the city of Noonday, moving up Highway 155 into the city of Tyler. So this is going to be one of those brief tornadoes embedded within an area of very strong, damaging straight-line winds. So both may produce similar damage, and we want you all to be in shelter for sure. Jason is getting his butt kicked with hail right now and heavy rain, with the tornado warned storm that is near Rosebud and Burlington. Very high precipitation supercell. We've got a potential spin-up tornado between Chandler and Noonday, moving northeast at 55 to 60 miles an hour towards the city of Tyler. So tornado warning will run through 8:45 p.m. and does include the city of Tyler, Hawkins, Winona, and may eventually have to be extended a little further southeast if the storm itself ends up moving a little further south and east. So again, this is one of those situations where we have a lot of damaging straight-line winds. And a potential rain-wrapped tornado. Let's go back down to Burlington and Rosebud. Let's see what Jason's dealing with. A lot of hail, a lot of rain there in Rosebud and Burlington. Hail sounds like it's getting bigger, honestly. The hail's not overly big right now, it's just a lot of it, I think. Okay, we'll go back to the 3 panel. So again, Jason, along with Alex, Trey, and Steven are all on the Storm Supercell near Rosebud to Ben Arnold. We are looking at a tornado possibly moving into the city of Tyler from the southwest. Circulation, along with extremely strong straight line winds, possibly hurricane force, riding down Highway 31 and 155 east-northeast into the city of Tyler. If you're in Tyler, we want you to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you trying to go outside and look for this thing. It's completely wrapped in rain, and the likelihood is just a big wall of wind with maybe a little tornado embedded within. But again, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You're not going to want to be in a vehicle when this thing hits, because this thing may knock down a lot of trees, which could result in trees falling on, well, cars and all that. So again, this thing's got a lot of wind with it, moving into the city of Tyler all the way down to Bullard and Jacksonville. Very strong straight line winds. I want to emphasize, I think the hazard here is hurricane force straight line winds with maybe a brief embedded tornado. Either way, y'all want to be in shelter across Smith County all the way down to Jacksonville. So that is with the storms in approaching Tyler. Pretty nasty line, capable of hurricane force straight line winds moving in the city of Tyler. But line of storms with strong winds could extend from near Winsboro, Lindale, Tyler, Bullard, Jacksonville, Palestine, all the way down to Buffalo. And then we've got a few supercells capable of producing damaging hail and possibly a tornado now east of Highway 77. Big hail in Rosebud, Burlington, Ben Arnold, but the threat for a tornado is east of 77 now. And this storm's moving east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour.
Yep.
Okay, that was an update from Alex Bartholomew. He's out there. Meteorologist Jason Cooley, he's enjoying, and I use that word loosely, a hailstorm near Rosebud. And folks, in Tyler, I want to emphasize this, and we're going to actually go back to this full screen. If you're in the city of Tyler, you need to be in shelter now. Very damaging situation moving into town with hurricane force straight line winds. 70, 80, maybe 90 miles an hour with a possible tornado. This is going to cause a lot of trees to come down. So get in interior room, lowest floor, away from windows. Away from windows, big thing. Interior room, big thing. We don't want folks getting hurt because a tree falls on their car or their structure and injures them or worse. So again, y'all in Tyler, this is a dangerous situation with hurricane force winds moving into town from the southwest. We're going to have a lot of power outages, a lot of wind damage from this. So you need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Tornado or straight line winds in this case, I don't really care. It's going to both be problematic. Radar's showing winds over 80 miles an hour coming on into Tyler now. And these strong winds extend all the way down to Bullard. So again, this is going to cause a lot of wind damage. Trees down all over the place. We could have damage to structures, roofs, trees falling on buildings, and that's never a good thing. So if you're in Tyler, you need to be in shelter. Don't go outside looking for this. You're not going to see it. It's a wall of rain and wind. That's for the city of Tyler. there's a tornado. For what it's worth, it's going to be in the city of Tyler right now. You can see strong rotation. We've got winds in the city of Tyler showing up over 80 miles an hour, a couple thousand feet above the surface. In all likelihood, if Tyler, you look out the window, you'd probably be seeing transformers blowing all over the place right now. So Tyler, stay in shelter. This is eventually going to go towards Winona, over to Kilgore, maybe even Overton. This is a fairly large area of hurricane force straight line winds at this point. We've got golf ball size hail falling in Temple right now. East side of Temple. So again, hail, golf balls, and Temple right now. This storm moving east. Tornado warning storm. Now east of 77, east of Rosebud, east of Burlington. Hail still probably falling in Burlington. Moving towards Calvert. Staying north of Mayfield, could impact Highway 6 from Hammond down to Calvert, probably staying a little north of Hearn, but it'll be close. At the least, this thing's capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail, maybe producing brief tornadoes as well. Whatever is there is completely wrapped in rain and a lot of wind. Very strong inflow continues with the thunderstorm. Let's go head back up into the city of Tyler, where we have a damaging straight line wind situation moving into town. Let's see what the latest velocity data shows. Continuing to show hurricane force winds in the city of Tyler itself. Definitely potential for a lot of trees to come down, damaging straight line winds. Potential for a brief tornado in the middle of all that mess, but frankly, it doesn't matter. Tornado, straight line winds, both are going to produce a similar amount of damage in this case. So if you're in Tyler, up to Hawkins, over to Gladewater, you need to be in shelter. Winona, you're next. Damaging straight line winds all the way down 69 into the city of Jacksonville, although to a lesser extent than further north. So it's probably not a great time to be in Tyler right now. Most of the town probably is losing power as we speak because of all those widespread damaging winds. Let's go back to the tornado warning for Milliam and Falls counties. This is going to be until 8:30. Possible tornado now east of Highway 77. If there was a tornado down, it would probably be about 6 miles east of Burlington on 77, about 10 miles southwest of Hammond, or 12 miles west of Culvert, moving east at 30 miles an hour. You can see a warning update there. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see the circulation. It is heavily wrapped in rain. Right there, moving generally off to the east. Completely wrapped in rain. Very strong rear flank downdraft, producing a lot of very high winds, even if there's not a tornado down. Circulation in Tyler, now on the northeast side of town. We'll see if that warning's extended further east. Circulation with the storm in Tyler, very strong winds in the city of Tyler continue. Could see winds over 70 miles an hour right now. If we had a brief tornado spin up on the leading edge of all that, it'd be probably between 31 and 271 northeast of Tyler now, moving towards generally up 271 almost at this point. So we'll see what happens with that. You could see almost a Bowie type of structure to this line of storms. Very strong hurricane force straight line winds with this, moving eventually going to be making its way towards Longview and Kilgore. So that's a problem. Circulation about 7-8 miles east of Burlington is intensifying now. Curious. The A&M radar is on. I don't think it is. How much for that dinner? I have sacrificed my dinner for coverage. It's okay. Okay, so let's switch back over to the how hard the winds are blowing mode, and you can see this thing's blowing a lot. We've got hurricane force straight line winds moving through the city of Tyler down to White House Boulevard, moving northeast. This is probably going to be making its way from near Henderson to Kilgore up to Gladewater, maybe even Gilmer over the next 30 to 45 minutes as these storms move northeast at 60 miles an hour. The storms down south are moving at 30. These are moving east northeast at 60. We'll take a look at the how hard it's raining mode. And again, you can see we've got a line of storms. Jacksonville down to Palestine, down to Buffalo. Strong winds also possible there. Probably not to the extent as what we have near Tyler, moving towards Longview, but still quite damaging and capable of knocking some trees down. Thunderstorm now exiting Temple to the east. That should be your last storm of the night for what it's worth. Temple bound should be clear now. The storm's producing quarter to golf ball size hail and will move over the same areas that just had the first severe storm. So that could be problematic if there is any damage and we have folks out and about having to survey that. Otherwise, this thunderstorm east of Rosebud, east of Burlington, now moving towards Highway 6 from near Hammond to Culvert, is showing hidden buttons, stronger indications of rotation now. Right there. That's not what I wanted to do. That's moving east at 30 miles an hour. It is rain wrapped, so if anything is down, we're not going to know about it unless we have a debris signature on radar or until damage reports after the fact. This is what we call a high precipitation supercell. A lot of rain, a lot of hail, a lot of wind, not associated with a tornado, but in itself, it is capable of producing a rain-wrapped tornado, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on it. We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning. Go back to East Texas, our other tornado warning. City of Tyler, this tornado warning, or this possible tornado is northeast of you now. You may still have very strong winds in town. Those will be subsiding over the next 10 minutes. Hawkins, Winona, y'all are in the tornado warning up to Gilmer soon. Damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour possibly as this storm continues to race northeast at about 60 miles an hour. If we're not talking about your storm, by the way, please don't take offense. We're focusing on the most life-threatening. You can track all these storms on our website, texasstormchasers.com/weather. radar, or in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers on, well, your phone's device store. Google Play, Apple app. Please don't mind me and my stabbing my giant bottle of caffeine pills. It's caffeine pill time. Useful in storm chasing, also useful when you're doing live coverage and don't want to get up. My apologies. Okay, let's go back up in East Texas. Damaging straight line winds in Tyler, but the wind should be calming down over the next several minutes. Next up will be Gilmer down to Longview to Henderson. The potential for winds over 70 miles an hour. Can't rule out a brief tornado. Group up to Winona for what it's worth. Okay, so that's one significant severe weather problem. Moving northeast at 60. Second, we've got two supercells. One west supercell moving towards Rosebud, same areas that just got hit by the first storm, capable of quarter to golf ball size hail. That was from Alex Bartholomew, Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, and Jason Cooley. So now you can kind of see more of a... Sorry. I broke something. It's mad at me. You'd see a circulation trying to spin up there with that hook echo. Pretty good indications of a circulation now. Gate to gate is what we call it. You've got your bright greens against your bright reds. Sounds like parts of Tyler, the essential infrastructure, now on generator power. That's not a surprise, unfortunately. So again, you see this hook echo wrapping up here. That's one area of concern for sure. We're going to have a new tornado warning now that does include the cities of Calvert, Franklin, probably Wilcock. Yes, me. Oh, mamma mia. This will not include the city of Hearn, or Hearn probably. Those of you in Hearn, you're going to have a good view of this as it passes to your north, a lightning show. So those of you in Franklin, Calvert, Wheelock, over to Edge, you're in the tornado warning polygon, and this thing is wrapping up. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. As this circulation appears to be wrapping up, you can see here's your hook echo. It's high precip, but good hook echo. This is actually streamer showers flowing into the circulation, moving, and the entire storm itself is moving to the east. Circulation there, likely intensifying. So this is a direct threat to the town of Calvert. And those of you in Calvert need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks trying to go look for this thing. It is wrapped in rain. It's also dark out, so take my word for it. We've got chasers there who are experienced dealing with this kind of thing. They were in Arkansas yesterday chasing tornadoes. They'll be in Arkansas again tomorrow chasing tornadoes, and now they're in the Brazos Valley. So, again, make sure we have no debris signature. We don't. But circulation itself is ramping up. So those of you in Calvert, this is a call to action that you need to be in shelter, which is lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If there's not a tornado, well, that's good. But at the same time, a lot of straight line winds, nasty rear flank downdraft, and the potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Got a few things. Nasty line of storms in East Texas. We're going to go take a look at that real quick. Again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. It's 8:23 on Tuesday, the 12th of April, 2022. We've got severe weather in East Texas, extending southwest into the Brazos Valley. Line of severe storms capable of producing 60 to 75 mile an hour winds, extending from near Hawkins down to just east of Tyler, coming up to Liberty City, west of Kilgore, Arp, Overton, Troop, Jacksonville, all the way down to Palestine, Elkhart, to, honestly, at this point, Buffalo. These storms are moving east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. You can see we're seeing some extremely strong winds being indicated near Troop coming up on Arp. The radar is seeing winds over 100 miles an hour. We're looking a few thousand feet above the ground, but those winds could be making their way down to the surface as hurricane-force winds, capable of producing major widespread tree damage. We need folks to be in a safe place. I know most folks don't think straight line winds are as dangerous as a tornado, but guess what? When you live in a forested area, they sure as heck are. So take it seriously. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't mess with this. This is widespread damaging winds, capable of producing hurricane-like damage in terms of straight line winds. You need to be in a safe place. Storm approaching the town of Calvert on Highway 6 is wrapping up. Very impressive hook echo signature on radar. It's going to be your rear flank downdraft. Winds on the backside of the circulation could be over 70, 80 miles an hour. It's your inflow winds wrapping around into the storm. No confirmed indications of a tornado right now, but whatever's there is about to roll into Calvert, and y'all definitely don't want to be outside when that hits. You want to be in a safe place, which is lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. As this storm moves east at about 30 miles per hour. Hail core north of the circulation could have tennis ball size hail. Moving east at about 30 miles an hour. We're hearing reports of some damage to the Mother Frances Hospital in Tyler. Windows are blown out, and pretty much most essential infrastructure in Tyler is running on generator power right now. As expected, there are a lot of Tyler doesn't have power. So this storm's moving east about 30 miles an hour. Present track after Calvert, this is going to be approaching the town of Franklin on Highway 79 at about 9 p.m. So again, tornado warning itself continues through 9 p.m. and includes Franklin, includes Wheel lock does not include Hearn. Tornado warning for Smith, Upshur, Wood counties is canceled. A dangerous severe thunderstorm continues with lines of storms capable of producing wind over 70 miles an hour. So that still remains a dangerous situation, even if it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. So we got power flashes just west of Calvert via our storm chasers, likely caused by the very intense rear flank downdraft. Again, this thing's got a lot of wind blowing down on the back side of it. We note the thunderstorm coming up on Rosebud and Burlington has a pretty good hail indication now. That could be golf ball size hail or larger. With these storms in East Texas, straight line winds, hurricane force, potentially over 75 miles an hour in spots. Again, this is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms capable of producing major widespread tree damage. Radars indicating winds just above the surface exceeding 70 to 75 miles an hour. And then over our coming up to Overton right now, we've got winds over 100 miles an hour above the surface, which could equate down to 80 or 90 at the surface. So definitely a nasty line of thunderstorms. That's honestly, we're going to have major wind damage from this. Make no doubt about it, this is going to be a major story for East Texas, all this wind damage. We're going to have a lot of folks without power, a lot of trees down on roads. A lot of roads are going to be blocked tonight because of downed trees. We're probably going to have trees down on buildings too. So please take this line of storm seriously as it moves east-northeast. This particular part of the line is moving northeast over 60 miles an hour. It's flying, and it doesn't have to stop at stop signs. I know some storm chasers don't think they have to stop at stop signs, but we're not those folks. So again, moving northeast quickly. Weather Service now has it moving at about 55 to 60. That is not a surprise. Tornado warning is expired from Milam County, continues until 9 p.m. for Robertson County. So the only tornado warning we have in terms of tornadic mischief, besides that very dangerous line of thunderstorms moving towards the cities of Kilgore and Longview, is with this thunderstorm. We got one circulation rain wrap near Calvert, excuse me. If there's a tornado, it's probably just a mile or two north of town. Calvert itself is getting blasted by strong west straight line winds. No indications of tornado debris being lifted, but there's going to be wind damage in Calvert probably. And then this is going to be making a beeline towards the town of Franklin. Franklin, this could actually be closer into town by 8:48. I know we said about 9 earlier. Well, guess what? Now it's 8:45. And then we have a second storm behind the first storm, lagging by 30 or 45 minutes. That could have some big hail too, and we're keeping an eye out in case it tries to do spinny mischief. So let's do a regional view. It's 8:31 on Tuesday, the 12th of April, 2022. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. We're monitoring multiple severe thunderstorms this evening. We've got a line of thunderstorms, a bow echo, extending into East Texas with dangerous hurricane force straight-line winds that could be causing widespread tree damage and knocking out a lot of power to folks in East Texas. Tyler's got hit hard. Athens has been hit hard. We've got severe storms all the way from near Grapeland, Elkhart up through Jacksonville, White House, approaching Kilgore and Gilmer. Nasty, nasty line of storms coming into Kilgore, Longview. That could have winds over 75 miles an hour. Further southwest, we have twin supercells. One capable of producing a tornado near Calvert, along with damaging straight-line winds. Second supercell capable of producing damaging hail coming up to Highway 77 near Rosebud and Burlington. Outside of that, everyone else south and west, you're done. You're clear. Cap held mostly further south than this. Folks in DFW, you're done. No more storms tonight. Well, let me rephrase that. No more severe storms. You might have a line of storms early tomorrow morning. We'll have to see how far south these storms in Kansas can fire up. Switch back over to the wind mode. You can see this stuff coming into Overton, Arp. That's just nasty. Circulation starting to intensify northeast of Calvert at this time, down with the tornado warning. Leading edge of the squall line now extending from just southwest of Gilmer to Gladewater, Kilgore, New London, down 42 to 79, and New Summerfield. Might have a circulation trying to spin up just east of Gladewater. Little area of circulation there on the leading edge of the squall line. Again, it's not unusual to have brief tornadoes with these intense bow echoes, and frankly, I'm not that worried about them. The widespread damaging winds are going to be far more impactful and widespread than what might be a quick little weak brief tornado spin up. So that is with the line of severe storms coming into Longview, Gilmer, Kilgore, Lakeport, Henderson, and then it extends further southwest with maybe 60-mile-an-hour winds in quarter-size hail, Rust to Grapeland, Elkhart. And then we've got supercells here in the northern Brazos Valley, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So again, both these storms down here in the northern Brazos Valley capable of producing damaging straight-line winds, rear flank downdraft winds on the back sides of little circulations over 70 miles an hour, and then golf ball to tennis ball size hail, maybe even baseball size hail. This Calvert circulation, I mean, it's still spinning like a top, but it's not as organized as it was a little earlier. However, we now have a new tornado warning for the circulation we were talking about a few minutes ago near Gladewater. It's going to be a tornado warning until 9:15 p.m. and includes western Marion, southwestern Cass, northwestern Harrison, eastern Upshur, southeastern Morris, and central Gray counties in East Texas until 9:15 p.m. It's going to be for a circulation near East Mountain or White Oak, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. And yeah, you can see the circulation there. Again, I don't really want to try and nitpick all these with such widespread damaging straight-line winds. It's trying to pin the tail on the donkey, and frankly, it's not usually worth the effort. But yeah, I mean, there's a circulation there. Might be a brief spin up tornado, but frankly, I'm more concerned about the damaging straight line winds. That could be over 70, 80 miles an hour, extending all the way back down into Kilgore, Longview. And I'll show you that here as we switch. Nasty wind signature that'll be coming on into Henderson. Might be a little spin up tornado just southwest of Henderson there. Nasty, nasty line of storms all the way east, coming on into East Mountain and then the city of Longview. Holy moly, Mr. Cooley's got a lightning show. Okay. So let me update Jason's location here. Jason's on the supercells down in the northern Brazos Valley. Looking at lightning. He's got one heck of a lightning show. Just gonna find who he is real quick. Jason is near Crossroads. Let's just pop over to his stream real quick, honestly. That's a nice lightning show. This is on the Brazos Valley storms. You can see impressive lightning. And you can watch his stream full screen with audio on our YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube, and in our website mobile app, but we'll get back to it. So we've got a tornado warning now northeast of Gladewater. This is going to be with a circulation near White Oak, East Mound, moving towards Glenwood, Diana, Ore City, Harlingen, Jefferson, Lassiter, and Avenger. Now, y'all know me. I'll tell you if I think something's super serious. This is going to be one of those cases where we might have brief spin-up tornadoes. It's not like earlier where we have long track, big tornado of doom, loft and debris 20,000 feet in the air. This is much more of a straight line wind scenario. Yeah, there's going to be brief tornadoes here, but the straight line winds have me far more concerned because it's going to be a much more widespread threat. We could have winds 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. Most of Tyler's without power right now. This stuff is going to be knocking trees down, going to be knocking trees on roads, buildings. Roads are going to be blocked. We're going to have a lot of power outages. So go ahead and treat this like you would a tornado warning, frankly. If you're in places like Longview, Lakeport, Henderson, eventually Ore City, Harlingen, Marshall, Tatum, down to Beckville, this is a dangerous line of storms capable of causing widespread significant tree damage. I mean, these storms blew out windows of Mother Frances Hospital in Tyler. The hospitals in Tyler, at least some of them, are running on generator power. So this is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms. It doesn't have to be tornadic to cause major damage. And this is a situation where we could have a lot of major damage in terms of trees falling down on things, power outages, and all that. Let's go back down. And again, this line of storms actually extends from Henderson to Rusk all the way to Grapeland. Let's go ahead. Let me see how quick these storms are moving, about 55. Let me put a storm track on them for y'all. I've been neglectful. So let me do that. But east, northeast at about, I'm going to honestly do 60 just for good measure. Okay, so let's just pop ahead to about 850. Mount Enterprise, 851. Wells, 855. Tatum, 856. Nacogdoches, 903. Marshall, 904. Jefferson, 907. Atlanta, 925. Oil City, 929. Here's some towns and some times for those storms. Mr. Jason is watching, or Mr. Jason, meteorologist Jason Cooley's watching lightning from supercells down the northern Brazos Valley. Storms in the Brazos Valley moving east at 30. These storms in East Texas with widespread damaging winds, brief tornadoes moving at 60. So that's the timing on those storms. In fact, I'll go full screen just real quick so you can actually see them. And in fact, I'm going to go get myself some water real quick so y'all can watch that. Read that list while I go get water real quick. All right, my apologies. I'm back. Again, those of you in Franklin on Highway 79 down the Brazos Valley, you're going to want to be in shelter. Let's go ahead and switch back to that thunderstorm. I have two thunderstorms. First storm, well, east storm coming up on Franklin. Strong signs of producing nasty size hail. Could be golf ball to hen egg size. Could have hail a little larger than that. Secondly, could have a tornado spin up there. Nasty rear flank downdraft. The reflectivity structure certainly indicates a nice hook. Back farther west, we could have baseball size hail now near Burlington. Rosebud, south of Rosebud. This storm's moving east at about 35 towards Calvert. Should pass just north of Hearn, but again, Calvert to Franklin from the second storm to your west. This one could have hail up to the size of baseballs. And we'll know soon because we've got chasers that are now sitting in the path of it to see just how big the hail gets because we all love throwing hail at our cars. Okay, other tornado warning, potential for a brief spin-up tornado embedded within a much larger area of damaging straight-line winds. Nasty winds moving into Longview right now, potential for 60 to 70. We could have 60, 70, 75 mile an hour winds from Lakeport down to Henderson. I mean, can't rule brief tornadoes out with these either, but the damaging straight line winds that are knocking power out, knocking trees down all over the place is going to be the primary issue. And this line of storms extends all the way back now to Reclaw. To Alto, to Crockett. Once these storms make it to your east, you're done with the severe weather threat. So this line of storms moving east at about 60 miles an hour, so it's not going to be an issue much. It won't be an issue long for most folks, but It's definitely going to knock a lot of trees down. Jason getting the lightning show of a lifetime down in northern Brazos Valley with these two discrete supercells. So if you're west of these storms, you're done. We don't expect any new storms to develop this evening in terms of severe weather potential. That is crazy lightning. So again, these storms each moving east about 30 to 35 miles an hour. We've got a tornado warning until 9 p.m. for Robertson County, a small part of it for near Franklin. This doesn't include Hammond, Calvert, or Hearn, or Wheelock at this point, as this storm continues to move east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. There's not really a gate-to-gate circulation. So I'm hoping the threat for a tornado is decreasing, but this thing's still spinning like a top aloft. Nasty hail signature. Could be tennis ball size hail as Jason loses his eyesight from lightning of doom. And this storm may stick around for a while. So those of you on I-45 from Leona to Madisonville, y'all may end up having issues from hail and damaging winds. As this thunderstorm continues to move east. Second storm could have hail just as big, if not larger. Moving east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Calvert, 918. Franklin, 942. Again, this is a second storm that's capable of producing hail up to the size of baseballs. Again, this line of storms in East Texas means business. This thing has been knocking stuff over wind-wise all the way since Ennis. Pretty much, if it keeps up and makes the length requirement, this might be what's the beginning of what's called a derecho. Derechos have to be a certain intensity for a couple hundred miles, I think, but it doesn't matter. In this case, this is a nasty line of storms producing widespread high-end wind damage capable of knocking trees down, could cause damage to some buildings like sheds, sheet metal, etc. Sheet metal roofs may go flying in some cases. A lot of power outages, lots of trees down on things. So given the fact we're going to have so many power outages, some folks may be without power for more than a day, depending on how widespread we have issues here. So that's what we have going on here. And again, these storms are flying. I mean, honestly, I thought it wasn't realistic, but these storms are moving at 60 to 70, maybe even faster now. So these storm tracks indicate that this is 1 hour storm speeds. So these are going to be out of East Texas in an hour. In an hour, southern end of this squall line should be near center to St. Augustine on 96. Everyone else, it's going to be through you in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Damaging straight line winds, 60, 70 miles an hour, maybe higher in cases. Very significant potential for trees coming down all over the place. A lot of power outages, etc. So again, I'd treat it like a tornado. Don't take it lightly just because it's straight line winds and not a tornado. It's going to be problematic. Tyler, Smith County, Tyler Emergency Management reporting numerous trees and power lines down across the county. Encore's reporting nearly a third of their customer base in Smith County has no power. Not a surprise. So with that being said, that's where this is going to end up over the next hour. I guess I'll just draw a storm track. As this moving, I'm just going to do 70. Might not be that fast in some cases, but it's moving. We'll switch back to the full screen so you can read the times. Move it above my bald head. So again, this will be out of the state, or at least most of this will be in Louisiana by 9:30. Okay, back to the 3 panel. And yes, we have a small tornado warning here from Ore City to Jefferson. Frankly, I'm not that worried about tornado warnings up in this part of the squall line. Widespread damaging straight line winds is far more concerning to me. Anyone ahead of this line of storm should be treating it like it's a tornado. That's how I feel about this. So if you're in places like Appleby, Garrison, Tipson, Gary, Carthage, Tatum, Beckville, Marshall, Wascom, Jefferson, Nesbitt, Ore City, Linden, and then eventually Atlanta, you know what? I'd go ahead and treat this like a tornado warning. Lowest floor, center room, get away from west-facing windows especially, and hunker down. And maybe not be near parts of your house where you may have trees just to your west that could go falling on you. Otherwise, we have 2 supercells in the northern Brazos Valley, one of which near Franklin, which has a tornado warning for another few minutes. We'll see if that's extended. And then a thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail approaching Calvert. That'll be in Calvert in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Could be baseball size hail. That's nasty size hail. And we're seeing all your sunset photos. Beautiful sunset in many regions of Texas this evening. We haven't been able to really retweet those or share them because we've been busy, but we've been seeing them and they're beautiful. That's for sure. So I am hopeful, unless something drastic changes here, we're going to be down. This storm near Franklin will not have a tornado warning on it soon, but this storm is definitely capable of still producing severe weather in the form of damaging hail, damaging winds. The one behind it, this thing just looks nasty. This thing could have baseball size hail or larger with it, to be honest. This thing could do a number on you. So Calvert, y'all better go and hide the wife and hide the kids and hide the car. And then in East Texas, we've got widespread damaging straight line winds from what could be the onset of a derecho as it moves into Louisiana. Could have winds over 75 miles an hour, especially with this apex of the bow here from, honestly, near Longview now. Moving east down Interstate 20 at almost 70 miles an hour. Could have winds over 70 miles an hour, knocking a lot of trees down, knocking down power lines, trees on the buildings, roads. There are going to be a lot of roads that are blocked overnight from trees. So if you're planning on going anywhere, don't bet on it. And please don't go highway speeds out here tonight. Really, we don't need folks being killed because they're going highway speed and come up on a tree that's down on a road. Unfortunately, that's a common occurrence. So, again, these storms moving east at about 70 miles an hour. They're going to be in Louisiana by 9:30. But until then, y'all east of this line of storms, you're going to have a lot of wind damage in your area. West of it, you're done. Happy birthday. Go to bed. Paraphrasing my stream from last Monday where I was telling people to go to bed at 2 in the morning. If you're west of this line of storms, you're done. You may go to bed if you so choose. Jason's about to intercept this hail core. I believe he is on Highway 6 or near it, near Calvert. Unfortunately, his stream just went dormant, but we'll see what happens with that. So those of you in roughly from Redland, Nacogdoches, Appleby, Garrison, Tipson, Tenaha, Tenaya, Carthage, DeBerry, up to Marshall, Scottsville, Leah, Smithland, Uncertain, Jefferson, Lodi, Linden, Sims. Line of very severe thunderstorms capable of producing hurricane force straight line winds, brief tornadoes, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Y'all should treat this like a tornado warning. This whole big orange box here. Treat it like a tornado warning. This is a nasty bow echo capable of producing widespread straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. Let me switch sources and I will do a 1 hour radar loop just to show you the motion. Actually, I'll do 2 hour. How about that? This is just a 2-hour loop. Notice that we're almost Louisiana. These storms were still on I-45 or west of there 2 hours ago. So yeah, these are moving highway speeds, and they don't have to stop for traffic lights, stop signs, etc. I know some storm chasers don't think they have to do that either, but well, they do. We do. Stormies don't. So treat them seriously. A lot of straight line wind potential. Could have west winds over 70 miles an hour, knock a lot of trees down. We could have numerous trees down. And these storms have already knocked numerous trees down all the way from near Ennis to Tyler, probably in Longview now. And the potential for brief spin up tornadoes does exist. So again, this line of storms moving east about 60 to 70 miles an hour. Some of them, honestly, are moving almost 80 miles an hour, which is ridiculous. But they'll be in Louisiana and Arkansas by 9:30. Tail end of the storms near Grapeland, moving towards Nacogdoches. They're moving a little slower. They're moving about 50. So we'll have them stick around for a little longer. And then we've got the supercells down in the northern Brazos Valley, moving east, generally towards Madisonville. Potential for damaging hail and localized straight line winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour. These storms are nasty hailers. They don't look tornadic at this point. I don't think we're going to have a tornado warning continue with this, but again, nasty, nasty straight line winds. See if Jason's stream is still up on the YouTube. Stream went dormant. That's unfortunate. So, we'll be keeping an eye on all these storms this evening. I'm going to take a quick voice break. We're still going to be here, and I'll be back with voiceover in just a minute, but I'm going to drink some water. So, BRB. Hello, and say hello. It's David-Reimer, yo. That was horrible. All right, it's a 903 on the 12th of April 2022. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. We've got a new tornado warning. I have broken the radar. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Now that I'm breaking radars, I have to force that out, and then we'll restart it real quick, and we'll talk about a new tornado warning. Go ahead. This. We'll press that. We'll press all the super duper buttons that make everything happy. All right, it's going to be a new tornado warning for a thunderstorm circulation approaching Beckville. This is going to be a tornado warning that also includes the city of Carthage and Highway 79 East in Louisiana. And again, this is going to be another one of these little spin-up circulations on the leading edge of what's a very nasty line of thunderstorms. Damaging straight-line winds galore, but again, yeah, there's probably a little spin-up tornado about 2 miles southwest of Beckville, and this is moving east at 50 miles an hour. So those of you in Beckville, you need to be in shelter. Possible tornado will cross over Highway 149 near or just southeast of Beckville, northwest of Carthage. However, nasty straight-line wind signature will be coming on into the city of Carthage too. Nasty winds hitting Tatum now. Already hit Longview. They're going to be coming into Marshall, Nesbitt, into Jefferson and Linden over the next 20 minutes. So again, those of you, we got 2 tornado warnings up here now. One for Jefferson up to Avenger. Could have a spin-up tornado crossing over 49 soon, in addition to lots of damaging straight-line winds. That'll be moving into Marshall shortly. Tatum, possible for a spin-up tornado approaching Beckville, just southeast of Highway 149. Tornado warning includes Carthage. And apparently, down in the northern Brazos Valley, we've got storm circulation wrapping up again, and yeah, unfortunately, looks like circulation starting to wrap up east of Franklin again. Come on, stupid radar. Thank you. Going to be east of Franklin, moving towards Normandy. A&M radar, would y'all be on tonight? That's unfortunate. I wish the A&M students had their little radar going tonight. That would have been helpful. Can't win them all. Okay, so this is going to be a circulation that's trying to spin up again. It's generally going to be staying north of Highway 190 for a while. Should hopefully stay a little north of Madisonville, but is moving east towards Normandy. As we switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see that circulation there, and you can also see the new tornado warning. Now, it's going to look a little funky because the Weather Service boundaries are right here. Madisonville 190, that's the Weather Service in Houston, while the Leon County side and Robinson County side is on the Fort Worth Weather Service. So, in all likelihood, we'll see this warning extended a little further southeast by Houston momentarily. The offices usually work very well together, but potential for a rain-wrapped tornado now. This is going to be about 9 miles east of Franklin, moving east at 35 miles an hour. It's going to remain over mainly rural areas, but we've got Leona in the path and Normandy in the path. Sorry, housekeeping. I'm old. All right, so this will be a tornado warning through 9:45 for portions of Leon and Robertson County. This will be for a possible tornado about 10 miles east of Franklin, or let's say about 10 miles west of Normandy, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Again, we'll see if the circulation stays intact or not. And this will also be moving towards the community of Leona, or Lona. Yeah, Leona. So we got that. Let's go back up to the northeast, East Texas. Strong winds, maybe a brief tornado. Now on 9:59, 1:49. Frankly, that tornado signature is gone, but damaging straight line winds nevertheless from Beckville to Carthage up to Tatum. We have strong straight line winds up to 65 miles an hour moving through the city of Marshall. And then same thing goes all the way up 59 to Jefferson, then 49 over to Avenger. These storms up here moving about 55 miles an hour to the east. So again, damaging straight line winds is the concern. Maybe some brief spin up tornadoes, but that's like trying to play pin the tail on the donkey 5 minutes after the donkey left the shed and went out to pasture. Usually, by the time these circulations spin up, they're already in the process of producing their tornado, and they typically don't last more than a couple minutes. They're very rapid. So take your pick. Brief spin up tornado, damaging straight line winds. Both are problematic. Both can cause damage. Both will cause damage, and you should take them seriously. Okay, as expected, the Weather Service in Houston, working closely with their counterparts in the Weather Service in Fort Worth, have issued a tornado warning that includes northern portions of Brazos and Madison counties. So, pretty much two tornado warnings, same storm. That's just how life works sometimes. Well, this tornado warning is going to include Normandy. Looks like it might encroach on Cottonwood, and it gets awfully close to Madisonville, but technically doesn't include Madisonville. Again, we dealt with all this back on March 21st. I know, folks, but alas, it's spring, it's Texas, it's an active severe weather season apparently. So you just got to do what you got to do, and in a month and a half or 2 months, you'll be hoping it'll rain because it's 105 degrees and you want some relief. So again, pretty good indication of rotation. That's a nice little circulation there. Let me switch on the roads, and we're looking several thousand feet above the ground, so please don't take this to the bank and assume this is where a tornado would be. There's tilts involved with thunderstorms, so I'm going to assume that is Leona. I'm going to put a text on there. Text. It's not what I wanted, but oh well. Leona, I assume is Leona there. Storm moving east 35 miles an hour. Pretty good indications of rotation with this thunderstorm, which is why we have a tornado warning through 9:45. That's moving like that. This is moving like this. And honestly, if it turns right a little, this is going to be a problem for Madisonville. Otherwise, this is over mainly rural areas, including Normandy and Leona. Clear that. Get some text labels. We'll zoom out a bit as soon as I remember to turn off the... Okay, so FM 39 going through Normandy. Got Leona up here. Again, this circulation aloft is moving east. Circulation's actually getting stronger. If we look at the reflectivity, this is actually a pretty impressive circulation now. So definitely heightens our concern. Those of you in Normandy and Leona, I want you to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you to be in vehicles. We don't want you to be in mobile homes or trailers. Those of you in the Madisonville area, remember from March 21st, that we dealt with trees down galore with that circulation that moved through. We don't want folks being injured by falling trees. And of course, trailers, even weak tornadoes, will end up halfway to Lufkin. So again, that's the how hard it's raining mode. Impressive looking hook echo with that. As we switch over to the storm relative velocity, very strong circulation now. It's going to be crossing Farm to Market 3 south of Hilltop here in a few minutes. Again, this is definitely one of the more strong... I'm sorry, it's been a long couple of days. One of the stronger circulations we've seen in the last hour. This is definitely, and it still continues, what we call gate-to-gate now. So again, this is becoming more urgent. We want folks in these areas to be in shelter, Leona and Normandy. It's going to have winds moving towards the Granger radar, about 45. Winds moving away at about 60. So we're looking at about 105 mile an hour gate-to-gate wind shear. We need folks to treat this seriously. This thing definitely may be trying to spin up a tornado. And if there's a tornado, it's going to be rain-wrapped. You can see very impressive gate-to-gate circulation with this, as the thunderstorm continues moving east at about 35 miles per hour. We'll use the magical probing tool. Yeah, it's going to be very near Leona. Winds moving, if we count the storm motion, we've got winds moving towards the radar back at Granger at about 90 miles an hour. Winds moving away about 15. So again, about 100, 105 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. This is a situation where we could definitely have a tornado drop at any time, and it would likely be a rain-wrapped tornado at that. So, okay, let me clear that. We're going to clear this. Let me zoom back out. Let's go back up here to the tornado warning in East Texas. Again, holy mackerel, that is unfortunate. That is Interstate 20. That is, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, Interstate 20. Okay, so tornado warning coming up towards Carthage. There's no tornado signature here. It's straight line winds, maybe brief spin-up tornadoes. Damaging straight line winds galore. A lot of wind damage. So again, this situation where you want to treat the severe warning seriously. Jefferson, Marshall, moving towards Wascom at some point here in the next 10-15 minutes. Carthage down to Garrison, Nacogdoches. We could have winds 60, 70 miles an hour in spots, sometimes even higher. And again, maybe some pocket change size hail, P to nickel, penny, dime, maybe quarter. And potential for brief weak tornadoes, with the line of storms moving east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. Tornadic supercell, which is once again spun itself up into a happy little thing. Potential for a tornado with this thunderstorm moving east. We have no indications of debris, but we're unfortunately also looking at about 6,000 feet. So if we see debris, we've got a problem, because that's probably a stronger tornado. So, with that being said, those of you in Leona, Normandy, you need to be in a safe place. Leona's way out east. What am I saying? Whatever neighborhood's out here northwest of Madisonville, north of Normandy. Normandy, you need to be in a safe place. So we don't want anyone on Interstate 45 as this storm approaches between Centerville and Madisonville. That's going to be the no travel zone on 45. As this thunderstorm attempts to put a rain-wrapped tornado down. So again, winds or colors in the pink, those are going to be winds moving away from the radar, which is back west near Granger. Winds in the green moving towards the radar, pretty strong circulation. You can see that when you look at the radar, that's your hook echo. It's your rear flank downdraft coming around on the back side of the thunderstorm. Unfortunately, given the height of the radar beam, if we see a tornado debris signature, it's because we have a stronger tornado down. And we're probably not going to get reports out of this area unless it's damage reports given the trees and the time of night, just like March 21st. So, folks in Normandy, we want you in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Winds moving towards the radar in Granger at about 85. Winds moving away now at 40, so rotations increased from 100 up to about 125 miles an hour. Circulation continues to intensify, indicating there is a high probability we have a tornado either in the genesis phase or currently ongoing. So those of you in Normandy, south of Flynn to Leona, north of Highway 190, north of North Zolch, northwest of Madisonville, you need to be in a safe place. No indications of a tornado debris signature at this point, but again, if we see one, we've got problems given the radar beam height of 6,000 feet. Doesn't look like the A&M radar in College Station is running tonight. That's sad. Tornado warning for Harrison and Panola counties has been canceled. Severe storm warnings for damaging straight line winds will continue until those storms exit Texas to the east. So again, this circulation aloft is approaching Normandy and the neighborhood northwest of Normandy. Golf ball size hail possible. And then this storm's moving east at about 30 miles an hour and will cross Interstate 45 south of Centerville, probably near or just north of Madisonville, which is where we don't want folks to be on the interstate. As the storm crosses, even if it's not attempting to be tornadic at that time. The only tornado warning we have left in Texas. We've got supercell number 2 back to the west of the tornado warned storm coming up on Franklin. This storm could have hail. Hail sizes have come down, but it looks like maybe golf ball size hail, some strong winds. Franklin, it'll be in town within the next 10 minutes. Normandy's storm is ramping up in the hail department again, as one might expect with an intensifying mesocyclone or circulation. Okay, looks like we've got a new radar scan again. Very strong rotation continues with this thunderstorm aloft. We've got winds moving towards the radar and Granger, about 80. Winds moving away about 30 to 40. So it's stayed a relatively steady state over the last few minutes. Still about 110, 120 mile per hour rotation with this thunderstorm as it moves east at 35 miles an hour. So those of you in Normandy, you need to be in shelter. If there's not a tornado, there's definitely a nasty rear flank downdraft, some hail, etc. Hopefully, this will stay north of Madisonville, and it should, unless it takes more of a right turn again. Could have hail in Leona all the way down I-45 to just north of Madisonville. Given the storm's track, this could be an issue to Midway here in a wee while, assuming it continues moving east. So let's go over who is in what. Tornado warning until 9:45 for northwestern Madison, northern Brazos, eastern Robinson, and southwestern Leon counties. Again, until 9:45 for a possible tornado approaching Normandy. Golf ball size hail, the potential for damaging straight line winds. And again, pretty good rotation with this thunderstorm. We don't have the greatest low level angle to look at this thing. We're looking about 70 miles away from Granger. Radar beams about 6,500 feet above the ground. You can see the latest scan there. Tornado warning for Robertson County's canceled. Tornado warning continues for Leon County on the Fort Worth side of this county warning area map, along with Madison and Brazos counties, only a sliver of each. So again, circulation now approaching the town of Normandy, the community of Normandy. No ground truth at this point, but again, it's not really the time of night you'd expect to have ground truth of a tornado. Leona, you're technically in the warning polygon. Madisonville, you're not. But the circulation will probably pass just north of Madisonville. If it continues, this storm's going to be an issue for Highway 21 east of Madisonville near Midway. Unlike the storms that we dealt with on March 21st, these storms are moving more east, maybe a little bit of east-southeast component versus northeast. This storm will not ride northeast up 21 towards Crockett. This is moving due east, so it's going to probably impact Midway and then move east versus impact Midway and move up 21 towards Crockett. Put some roads on here. Circulation aloft, about to cross over FM 39 near, or maybe just a little north of Normandy. It's going to be close to call. Kind of tracking along Old San Antonio Road, and that's where it'll probably be crossing near, or maybe a little south of San Antonio Road at Interstate 45. Circulation weaker on this scan, it looks like. Winds moving towards the radar. About 75 miles an hour, moving away at about 20, so we're down to about 95 to 100 mile an hour shear versus 120, which is down about 20 miles an hour versus the last scan. We'll see if it trends back up or if we start trending down. Let's pop up to Shreveport radar. Again, damaging straight line winds on the leading edge of this storms. Radar will be nice enough to show us the data. If not, I'll just have to press some different buttons. So be it. Good enough. So again, coming up on Highway 8 from Ma to Linden, and then 43, excuse me, and then Wascom. Almost the Louisiana border, honestly. So, Tanea to Logansport. Line of storms moving east. Again, this is all about to be in Arkansas and Louisiana, damaging straight line winds. Rain will continue for an hour and a half behind the line of storms, maybe some cloud to ground lightning, no more severe weather with that. And then our severe weather threat will be limited to the tail end of the storms from near Lufkin to St. Augustine over into Louisiana, and then these two severe storms, one near Franklin and then one near Normandy. Circulation is it's still ramping down, which is good. We're going to use a different method to measure this. Winds moving towards the radar Granger at about 35, winds moving away at about 60. So technically 90-mile-an-hour shear, but the rotational couplet has become much more broad, which is good. Storm is still capable of producing damaging straight-line winds. We could have a brief tornado occur with this, along with golf ball-size hail. The storm moves east. Radar is being dumb. I'm going to reset it because I don't like it being that way. What? Okay, so Normandy storm moving east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour would keep it just north of Madisonville and place it in Midway at about 10:15 p.m. Circulation, honestly, continues to weaken aloft, which is good. But tornado warnings remain in place. Heavy rain, maybe some hail in Normandy now. Circulation would be just north of town in FM 39. So I'm hoping if the circulation continues to weaken, we may be able to get rid of this tornado warning in 10-15 minutes. Storm back west over Franklin, coming on into town. Could have quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail, strong winds. I know it shows a little bit of a hook echo there, but it's actually elevated behind an outflow boundary that this storm's following. The outflow boundary kind of goes like that. So this is rain-cooled air. Storm itself is not surface-based in terms of a tornado threat. It's kind of above a cap or a lid. So still plenty of hail and instability aloft, but the storm itself is not a tornado threat, thankfully. Both storms are moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So again, that's pretty much what we have right now. I'm going to take a quick voice break. Stream will stay up, and I will be back in just a moment. All right, it's 9:35 on the 12th of April 2022. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy in Chief David-Reimer. Another day of severe weather across the state of Texas. At least it's not a Monday this time. Down to one tornado warning, but first, line of severe storms extending in far east Texas. We'll be exiting Texas and Louisiana in the next 30 minutes, still expecting the threat for damaging straight line winds. Nacogdoches, Tipson, Carthage, moving towards Wascom. So those of you in places like St. Augustine Center, Huxley, Logansport, Tanea Center, heads up, you're going to have damaging straight line winds in your house of the woods, neck of the woods, perhaps. Over the next 30 minutes, could have winds over 60 miles an hour at times. In terms of tornado warnings, we have one, and that's going to be with these thunderstorms down in the northern Brazos Valley. Let's switch back to our high-resolution rapid radar, or high-resolution radar, I should say. It's going to be for a circulation near Normandy. Turn that off. Looks like circulation might have ramped up again a little. Oh, let's just say winds moving away from the radar at Granger at about, let's just say 45. Winds moving towards about 30, gate to gate, so about 75. Broad mesocyclone reflectivity structure certainly is improving again. You can see that hook echo. We're looking about 7,000 feet above the surface, unfortunately, so we don't have a good low-level view of this storm. But definitely the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado. And tornado warnings continue until 9:45 for northern Madison and southern Leon counties. This does include Normandy, Leona, though Leona, you're going to stay north of the tornadic circulation, I believe. Threat for a tornado will probably be crossing, let's see if we can find a road on here. Closer to maybe Old San Antonio Road. And Interstate 45. Maybe Greenbrier Road. And should stay north of the city of Madisonville, which is good. This continues. This storm will continue moving towards the town of Midway up Highway 121. Unlike... Oh, come on. Rude. You know what? Go away. Unlike March 21st, these storms are moving east, almost due east versus northeast. So while this may impact Midway, we're not expecting it to ride up 21 towards Crockett. It'd be more of a threat to places like maybe Lovelady to Trinity if it continues, and I hope it doesn't, but it may for a while in terms of a storm, not tornadic. Well, let's see what the circulation does on the next scan. Again, tornado warnings for another 7 minutes or so. Moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Hailcore portion of this storm is going to be approaching Highway 21 about 40 to 45 minutes. The circulation would be closer to the town of Midway. Should be staying north of the city of Madisonville, and the Weather Service in Houston is going to have to make a choice soon whether or not they want to extend the tornado warning a bit further to the east, which would include Midway, so we'll have to wait and see. But this is the only tornado warning left. We've got a storm west of this one, maybe some quarter-size hail near Franklin. It's been showing a weakening trend. And then the line of storms in East Texas, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. That will not be our problem here soon, but those will continue producing some damaging straight-line winds as they move into Louisiana. We are looking almost 8,000 feet above the surface at this point, but we're starting to see that hook kind of wrap around. So unfortunately, we probably will have to have a new tornado warning just in case. Again, we're looking the mid-levels, so we're not getting a great view of this, but circulation does continue. That reflectivity structure with that hook, definitely concerning, so we're probably going to see a new tornado warning issued here shortly. That might include Madisonville, but probably will include Midway. So that in mind, I'm going to mute real quick, and I'm going to eat some peanut butter crackers. All right, my apologies. I am back. It's 9:45 on the 2012th. It's 12th of April 2022. Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. We've got a new tornado warning now. This is going to technically include the city of Madisonville and Midway. This is going to be a tornado warning that runs through 10:15 p.m. Central Time. Possible tornado located 7 miles northwest of Madisonville, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This tornado warning does include, well, Madisonville and the town of Midway. So, reflectivity-wise, here you go. Hail core, heavy rain over Leona, Interstate 45. Tornado threat is south of the county line. Again, this is for Madison County. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and we're looking 8,000 feet above the ground, so it's not great, but we've actually got a pretty tight little circulation here. And you can see the new scan that just came in actually intensified that circulation a wee bit. We've got winds moving towards the radar in Granger at about 60. Winds moving away about 45. Now, this is spread out over about a mile, so it's not what we'd call gate to gate, but there's definitely a strong circulation aloft over 105 miles an hour now, so definitely could have the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado near Interstate 45. We'll put some roads on here. Okay, so this is probably going to be near Old San Antonio Road and Interstate 45, coming up on Highway 75. Again, we're looking 8,000 feet above the ground, so I unfortunately can't be super specific on where this might be exactly at the surface, but it could be anywhere from the north side of Madisonville up to Old San Antonio Road. And this circulation is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. You can see it actually does have a pretty good mid-level radar appearance. This is your rear flank downdraft. And then you've got a nice inflow notch there. That's where the warm inflow is being sucked into the updraft of the thunderstorm. And looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode, winds in red moving away from the radar, which is about 85 miles to the west. In Granger, winds moving towards the radar in green. Broad mesocyclone there, and I wouldn't expect much less looking at 8,000 feet above the ground. Unfortunately, not great low-level radar coverage here. We dealt with this on March 21st, and I sure wasn't very happy then, and I'm not happy about it now. So again, this storm will be east of Interstate 45 in the next 10 minutes, say by 10:15, if not sooner. Second storm off to the west, not tornadic, but could bring another round of hail. For what it's worth, looks like we actually have a tornado warning south side of Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm going to look because I'm curious. But yeah, there's a little spin-up tornado just south of the Shreveport weather radar. That's not ideal. So that's going to be crossing over Interstate 49, probably a mile or two south of Interstate 20, south side of Shreveport, Louisiana. But we'll leave that to our colleagues in Louisiana to handle. As the line of storms is now exiting Texas to the east, we're left with the weaker segment from near center to Nacogdoches to Grapeland. And then we've got a couple of supercells, technically. One with a possible circulation, a possible tornado over Interstate 45, maybe near Old San Antonio Road, to a mile or two south of there. Again, we're looking 8,000 feet above the surface, so I can't tell you what's going on right at ground level or in the low levels. We don't have that great of low-level radar coverage here, unfortunately, so we're just having to go what is aloft. Now I'll show you the debris tracker. We'd be looking for a little blue donut surrounded by reds. This is a product that allows us to see within a small section of the radar what is a raindrop, a hailstone, a snowflake, versus what might be a piece of debris, leaves, tree limbs, shingles, stuff like that. And in this case, if we had a lower correlation coefficient where the shapes and sizes were different over a very small area, we'd see that in blue. We do not see a debris signature, which is good because if we saw a debris signature at 8,500 feet, we'd have a large, extremely dangerous tornado down. And we do not want that ever, and we don't want that at 10 p.m. in the evening. Ain't nobody got time for that yet. So again, if you're west of these storms in northeast Texas, your threat of severe weather is done. East Texas, here, let me pop up the radar. In East Texas, if you are northwest of these storms, from Center to Nacogdoches to Grapeland, you're done for the night. We're going to have to keep an eye on these storms, and still in East Texas for maybe some hail, some damaging winds, perhaps a brief tornado. And then we're going to keep a very close eye on these discrete storms, one of which is now probably just east of Interstate 45, north of Madisonville. Madisonville, the city of Madisonville, if you're in Madisonville, you're fine. This is staying north of you this time. Circulation is now intensifying, coming up on Highway 75, probably near Old and San Antonio Road. Winds moving towards the radar in Granger about 60, 65, moving away about 45, so we're up to 105 mile an hour shear. We also note it is becoming more concise. The rotation's tightening up. I'm not going to say to gate, where we have bright red against bright pink, but it's becoming tighter, just like a ballerina tightening their arms up while spinning. Tighten your arms up while you're spinning, you're going to spin faster. In their case, same thing applies for spinny, doom here. I'll tell you what, we got lucky here in East Texas. This thing got into Louisiana, just started dropping tornadoes left and right. I mean, we'll go up here real quick and I'll show you. We've got a tornado about to cross Interstate 49. Now, you can see it right there. That's a tornado coming up towards Benton, Louisiana. That's one tornado. A couple of spin-ups southeast of Shreveport now. This thing decided to get all spinny doom as soon as it crossed in Louisiana, which ironically seems to happen a lot. I've seen it so many times and I don't know why, but apparently stormies don't like Louisiana that much. Scientifically speaking, I'm sure there's an explanation, but I don't have one. So again, tornado warning continues until 10:15 p.m. for northwestern Madison County in the northeastern Brazos Valley for a thunderstorm that is now probably, let's see where the circulation is. How about this? The circulation is about 7 to 8 miles northeast of Madisonville, or about 6 to 7, maybe 8 miles west of Midway. It seems to have taken a little more of a left turn over the last 10 to 15 minutes versus moving closer to Midway. This seems to be moving a little more east-northeast, which could be an indication the mesocyclone's starting to weaken aloft, which would be nice. But at this point, that does not seem to yet be a thing. Again, one tornado warning. It's for this storm now, about 8 miles northeast of Madisonville, moving towards Midway and Highway 21. Again, we're looking about, well, I'll just tell you, 8,000, 8,500 feet above the surface. So we're not seeing what's going on in the low levels, unfortunately, but we're just having to base off trends in the mid levels of the mesocyclone. Now, let's play data analysis. So, winds moving towards the radar, 65 to 70. Winds moving away, about 35 to 40. So, we're almost up to 110 mile an hour shear now. So, the mesocyclone's intensifying. What does that mean at the surface? Well, I can't tell you. I don't know. But it's strong enough to produce a tornado, probably resulting in some hail sizes increasing. And oh yeah, by the way, those of you in Normandy, you're about to get hit by storm number 2, which has quarter to ping pong ball size hail. But again, this thing's rain wrapped. You're not going to see anything at the surface anyway. One, it's 10 o'clock at night. It's been dark for 2 hours. Two, it's completely wrapped in rain. If there was something going on, we're not going to know about it until we get damage reports or we see a debris signature. And let me tell you, if we see a debris signature at 9,000 feet, we're going to be squealing alarm bells left and right because that means we've got a big tornado down. We don't need that. It's too late for that kind of nonsense. Baldy in Chief has spoken. Okay, so reflectivity-wise, if you're on I-45, you're clear from this. The storm's east of I-45 now. There's another one coming up from the west that's going to have some hail, but it's not a tornado threat. I won't go into detail about why it's not a tornado threat, besides to say it's in rain-cooled air. It's not surface-based. I know it's got a hook. It's not going to produce a tornado unless something drastic changes, and that would really... that would make me mad. So again, rotation aloft, frankly, is continuing to intensify. The mesocyclone is ramping up. 50 moving towards the radar and Granger, about 40 to 50 moving away. Or we can just do this using a different method. This gives us a little better look. This product I've switched to doesn't take into account the storm motion. So 75 mile an hour winds moving away from the radar, about 20 moving towards, 95 mile an hour winds in close proximity. So definitely could have the potential for damaging winds at the surface in the form of the rear flank downdraft from the hook on the backside of this. But we might also have a rain-wrapped tornado north of Highway 21, maybe in proximity of Old San Antonio Road, near or east of Highway 75. This storm is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. It kind of turned a little north for a while, so this might keep it just north of Midway and place it closer to Estonio on Highway 21. We'll see what the Weather Service does. Over the next several minutes, and if we end up with a new tornado warning downstream or not. Severe weather threat for northeast Texas is over. Threat in East Texas, north of the center to Nacogdoches to Palestine lines, over. We'll keep an eye on those storms for the chance for some localized damaging winds, maybe some small hail. Otherwise, our main concerns now with these twin supercells down the northeast Brazos Valley, one about 10 to 11 miles north of Madisonville, moving east at 30 towards Lovelady and maybe Estonio on Highway 21. And then the second storm approaching Normandy with the threat for some quarter-size hail. Both storms moving east about 30 miles per hour. Otherwise, you can see as soon as the line of storms in East Texas made to Louisiana, they started dropping tornadoes like the little buggers they are. And then we have a single tornado warning here in the northeast Brazos Valley for a thunderstorm, showing signs of strong rotation aloft, which might result in a rain-wrapped tornado or damaging straight-line winds. Could also have some quarter-size hail. What it's worth, those of you on the Louisiana side of the river, A possible tornado is about to cross Highway 71 near Highway 511. That's about 4 miles west of Silgo, or about 4.5 to 5 miles southeast of downtown Shreveport. That's what I'm keeping an eye on. I'm actually kind of curious with all this. In fact, it's just crossed that highway, and there's a debris signature with it. So, yeah, I don't know why these things start dropping tornadoes left and right as soon as they got in Louisiana, but I'll tell you what, they are not having a good time in Louisiana right now. At least northwest Louisiana around Shreveport. In fact, I'm just going to go over here and show you real quick. Tornado number 1, about 4 to 5 miles southeast of downtown Shreveport. Tornado number 2, about 2 to 3 miles northeast of Bend. Then we might have a tornado east of I-49 in Austin now. Switch to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see one circulation there. Circulation northeast of Bend. And you can see angry tornadic circulation about 4 miles southeast, of downtown Shreveport. Radar is literally right next to the thing. It's showing winds over 105 miles an hour. And yeah, it's a little debris signature there. So that's a tornado. At the Barksdale Boulevard and Jamie Davis Bridge, about 4 miles southeast of downtown Shreveport. So that is unfortunate. But moving away from Texas, thankfully. Our only tornado warning. So with this thunderstorm, and it doesn't look as impressive as it did. The storm overall reflectivity structure almost looks like more of a wind producer. It kind of has a little bowie out. I mean, you see that? Versus, the hook we saw a few minutes ago. We'll see what happens. Again, we're looking into mid-levels, so sometimes you see some funky things. We'll see what they do with the area, or the tornado warning that's set to expire in about 10 minutes or so. And then we have this storm further west that has some quarter-size hail. I'm not worried about a tornado out of this thing. It's behind an outflow boundary, so it shouldn't have access to surface-based unstable air unless something drastic changes. And I'm going to look to make sure it doesn't. So again, at this point, if you're in Midway, you should be in a safe place. If this thing starts spinning back up, they might have to issue a new tornado warning from Estonio to Weldon. At this point, hopefully, we're starting to trend down in tornadic problems, and we'll continue with some hail and localized damaging winds. So again, the only severe storms we technically, let me make sure these storms in East Texas made it out, but if so, the only severe storm we have left here in Texas are going to be the two in the northeast Brazos Valley, moving towards the piney woods of East Texas. And yeah, for all intent and purposes, the storms from Center to Appleby to Nacogdoches to Alto to Grapeland, They're capable of producing some small hail. I'll turn on lightning data. I'm sure these things. I'm not turning on lightning data. Sorry. Capable of producing maybe pea to dime size hail. Some winds, maybe 40 to 55 miles an hour, below severe limits. But overall, those are behaving themselves. Storms down here in northeast Brazos Valley kind of shown a slow downtrend over the last 45 minutes. Yeah, this one near Midway spun up from time to time, but it looks like we're kind of on the marginal end of severe hail sizes now, maybe some quarter size hail. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and you can see, yeah, I mean, this thing's rotating aloft at 9,000 feet. That's what supercells do, but it's not necessarily a tornadic signature, at least looking like it right now. The rotation's weakened, the storm structure's starting to decay, so hopefully it's starting to run out of some energy and encounter an increasing inversion or a cap that'll hopefully squash it into oblivion. More than my hairline. So, hopefully, both these storms look like they're showing downtrends over the last 20 minutes, which may mean our night, in terms of severe weather mischief, might be getting ready to conclude, at least outside of an isolated rogue basis. And I hope so, because man, I'm tired. I'm on nap. Especially if I end up going to storm chase in eastern Arkansas tomorrow. I've got to drive a good 7-8 hours to do that. So I prefer to get a little sleep before having to wake up at the start of the sunrise and get myself into Arkansas. All right, Bell County. Looks like 23 have been injured from the tornado earlier that was northwest of Gerald, moving towards Salado. It looks like 23 injured, 12 are in the hospital. There's one critical. So, not good. We wish them all speedy recoveries. And we'll find out probably tomorrow just how strong that tornado was, but I guarantee you that thing was mad. That thing had a very strong velocity signature at one point over 200 miles an hour off the Granger radar. That's not representative of what it might be at the surface, but that was not a weak tornado. The difference between today and March 21st was today are a few tornadoes. That's exactly what it meant. We've had a few tornadoes. Most storms are hailers wind with a few tornadoes. March 21st, we had 36 tornadoes. And tomorrow, for what it's worth, there's probably going to be an outbreak of tornadoes in eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, southeastern Missouri. And some of those are probably going to be pretty large tornadoes, too. I might be dumb enough to drive out there and chase with some people who are chasing them. Since I can't do Texas Storm because I'm the one covering them digitally here with you fine folks. If I'm going to go storm chasing, I got to do it outside the state. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to announce the tornado warning for Madison County will be allowed to expire at 10:15. That means the tornado warning is donezo. So we are down to no tornado warnings and a single storm under a severe warning, although they'll probably issue a severe warning for this storm. And there you go. So severe storm warning replaces tornado warning. Severe storm capable of producing a... Oh, let's see. They got quarter-size hail and winds of 60. This is the tornado warning that expires in 5 minutes. That's not going to be reissued. And then storm further west coming up on Normandy, producing quarter-size hail, maybe a little larger. So, with that being said, again, we're not expecting much more severe weather tonight, at least over the next several hours. We might have a line of storms tomorrow morning across northeast Texas and east Texas as crashy the cold front comes sweeping on down the plains. But I think our big time severe weather threat is probably over. We'll keep an eye on these storms in East Texas over the next several hours. Some of them may pulse up and produce some pocket change size hail, that'd be quarter size hail, maybe a little larger, and maybe some wind gusts over 60 miles an hour that could knock some trees down. And again, I can't rule out a brief tornado, but the overall threat with these storms in the northeast Brazos Valley seems to be diminishing as the cap starts to come in and squish the storms. We're getting later in the evening, and our main line of severe storms that brought widespread damage to East Texas and Northeast Texas tonight has now gone into Northwest Louisiana, where it has decided to start spinning tornadoes up left and right, unfortunately. And you can see that. I mean, we got a tornado about to cross Interstate 20 near Hugoton, whatever, Louisiana, east of Edgewood. Other signatures up and down the squall line. One just east of Mansfield, Louisiana, about to cross over Interstate 49. So with that being said, I think we're going to terminate our severe weather coverage this evening. We'll be back if needed. Otherwise, thank you for joining us today. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully-in-Chief David-Reimer. We're going to be chasing in eastern Arkansas tomorrow. So we'll have live video from that, assuming data is more cooperative than today. Otherwise, that'll begin what'll hopefully be a couple days of quiet weather, stormy-wise, in the state of Texas. We're going to be dealing with another high-end threat for wildfires across the western 75% of Texas on Wednesday. So our thoughts and prayers go out to those who were injured tonight with the Salado tornado northwest of Jarrell. About 24 injuries, about a dozen in the hospital, and one of those is apparently critical. So that's never something you want to hear, but that was not a weak tornado. So hopefully everyone recovers, and I'm sure we'll find out stories from that over the coming days. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully-in-Chief David-Reimer. Thank you for tuning in this evening for our severe weather coverage. Make sure you've got the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers in the Google Play Apple App Store. You'll get our forecasts ahead of the event, and then you'll be able to watch our live storm chasing video and severe weather coverage during the event. Thank you for joining us this evening. You'll have a great rest of your night, and God bless.